Deputy Speaker election is on the cards. NDA is likely to keep the post with itself. First arrest by the CBI in NEET case in Bihar. 2 individuals from Patna identified as Manish Kumar and Ashutosh have been arrested. Opposition stir against NEET mess intensifies. Congress tries to protest near the Parliament. President has assured strictest action against the NEET accused. Fresh SC notice to testing agency on NEET issue. Coaching center files plea against OMR answer sheets. Top court to hear coaching center plea on July 8th.
Brought to you by.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride.
Welcome back after the break. The BJP has intensified its preparations for Maharashtra Assembly elections. A core BJP group meeting of the core group meeting of the BJP, I beg your pardon, will be held in Mumbai tomorrow. BJP's Maharashtra election in charge and Union Minister Bhupendra Yadav will be visiting Mumbai tomorrow. Bhupendra Yadav will participate in the Maharashtra core group meeting. He will also hold one-on-one meetings with top leaders of Maharashtra. Now, after assessing the political situation in Maharashtra, Bhupendra Yadav is expected to provide his feedback to the party's central leadership. Well, the party's strategy for the Maharashtra Assembly elections will be formulated based on this feedback. And some more news now. It was the first day of the Maharashtra Assembly session and a very interesting image has come from outside the Assembly. In an accidental meeting on the first day of Maharashtra Assembly monsoon session, Uddhav Thackeray and Devendra Fadnavis found themselves waiting for the lift together. Well, there was awkwardness in the air, and this video that has now gone viral shows the two former chief ministers exchanging some words. Well, it looks like the mood is cold at best. Well, while we do not know what they spoke about, the body language of the two leaders suggests that it was little more than small talk.
आता लिफ्टमध्ये मी आणि देवेंद्र फडणवीस एकत्र होतो. अनेकांना असं वाटलं असेल ते गाणं आहे ना, नाना करते प्यार, म्हणजे त्यांचा पाटोळ्यांशी काही संबंध नाही. नाना करते प्यार म्हणून तुम्हीच हे कर बैठे असं काही नाहीये. ती एक योगायोगाने झालेली अनौपचारिक भेट होती. आणि म्हटलं तर असं म्हणा, मगाशी कुठे दिनेश मग बोलले की भिंतीला कान असतात आणि लिफ्टच्या भिंतीला कान नसतात. त्याच्यामुळे तुम्ही एक चांगली सजेशन केली की यापुढे आमच्या गुप्त बैठका आम्ही लिफ्टमध्येच करू.
Well, Uddhav Thackeray also earlier had slammed the Modi government, saying that Modi government was a leakage government. He said there was leak in Ram Mandir and leak in NEET exam papers also. Listening.
पण एकूणच जर बघितलं तर केंद्र आणि राज्य हे त्यांच्याच भाषेत डबल इंजिन सरकार आपण किंवा ते म्हणत असतील तर ही दोन्ही सरकार महागळती सरकार आहेत. हे लिकेज सरकार आहे. कारण राम मंदिराच्या गाभाऱ्यात सुद्धा लिकेज झालेलं आहे, पेपर फुटी झालेली आहे, म्हणजे पेपर सुद्धा लीक होत आहेत, मंदिर सुद्धा लीक होते आणि ह्यांना लाज लज्जा शरम काही नाहीये.
Well, my colleague Radhika also joins us live on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Radhika, strong statement coming in from Uddhav Thackeray ahead of the Maharashtra elections. A tense war of words that is breaking out between the MVA and the Mahayuti constituents. So now Uddhav Thackeray saying Modi government is a leakage government and there was leak in Ram Mandir, referring to the leakage that was reported from the roof of the Ram Mandir, and as well as he's taken on the Modi government on the issue of NEET.
Certainly, Uddhav Thackeray lashing out at both the state government and centre. In fact, this is happening on the first day of assembly session in Maharashtra. In fact, of course, it was adjourned, post which Uddhav Thackeray took a press conference in which he said that Modi government is leakage government, considering NEET exam leak as well as a temple leak. He also went on to point that from tomorrow, Chief Minister, or rather the set of ministers from Mahayuti government will be announcing a set of schemes for people. However, none of the schemes will be implemented. They make tons of promises, but it doesn't benefit people, and none of the promises get fulfilled. In fact, he spoke about farmers' distress, how loan disbursements have not happened, and so on. So therefore, these are just promises which never get fulfilled, and many more schemes will be announced as elections are just round the corner. So of course, Uddhav Thackeray, they're lashing out, and of course, there was an accidental encounter between Uddhav Thackeray and Devendra Fadnavis, of course, political friends turned foes, meeting accidentally in that lift. Of course, Uddhav Thackeray jokingly saying that it means nothing. It does not mean there was a Nana Karte Pyar moment there. It was just accidental, and also jokingly saying perhaps they may have secret meetings inside lift. Well, you know, post which, of course, Uddhav Thackeray, they're lashing out. Devendra Fadnavis, in fact, had spoken yesterday in a press conference in which he said that most of the paper leaks happened when Uddhav Thackeray was in power. He said that multiple paper leaks had happened at that time, which was more than when the BJP was in power, to which Uddhav Thackeray responded saying that's a false narrative being created by state government, and that when he was in power, it was during COVID and most of the exams were online. So yes, war of words, of course, since yesterday, and this will continue to happen for a few more months since assembly elections are there. But MVA certainly buoyant after the victory in Lok Sabha elections, but Mahayuti also looking confident. 2 more weeks for assembly session, and a lot of stormy, a stormy session is what we can expect in the next few days.
Absolutely. That is what is expected in the days to come. Meanwhile, thank you so much, Radhika, for getting us all those details there. It's time for a short break here. More continues on the other side. Stay tuned.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
वैसे स्मार्ट से याद आया, स्मार्टफोन्स हम सभी देखते हैं. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, this has the Qualcomm Snapdragon 8s Gen 3 which is based on 4nm. आपने सुना होगा ना अक्सर ऐसा 4nm, 5nm, 3nm. What is this nm if I were to tell you? Well, पता है क्या है? यहाँ पे nm is a nanometer. It's basically a unit of length. ये होता है 1 मीटर का 1 billionth. जी हाँ, 1 billionth. और यहाँ पे I mean,
welcome back after the break. We have some news that we're tracking at the moment from Bengal. Well, what we are learning at the moment is that West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has launched a scathing attack against Governor C.V. Ananda Bose for the delay and confusion over the swearing-in ceremony of the two newly elected Trinamool Congress legislators Sayantika Banerjee and Rayat Hussain Sarkar. Well, the Chief Minister has said, and I quote, the two legislators have been elected by people's mandate. What right does the governor have to stop them from taking oaths? It has been almost a month that uncertainties are shrouding the issue, unquote. She has also supported the demand of the two MLAs that either the governor come to the assembly to administer the oath or nominate the speaker or the deputy speaker to do the same. Well, what we're learning is that the two newly elected TMC MLAs had staged sit-in demonstrations in support of their demand within the assembly premises on the last 2 days.
আজকে জেতার পরেও 1 মাস ধরে আমার এমএলএরা বসে আছে, গভর্নর ওথ দিতে দিচ্ছে না। মানুষ সিলেক্ট করেছে, ওনার কি অধিকার আছে তাদের ওথ দিতে না দেয়? উনি স্পিকারকে অথরাইজ করবেন, ডেপুটি স্পিকারকে অথরাইজ করবেন, না হলে নিজে অ্যাসেম্বলিতে যাবেন। ওনার রাজভবনে কেন সবাই যাবে? রাজভবনে যা কীর্তি কেলেঙ্কারি চলছে তাতে মেয়েরা যেতে ভয় পাচ্ছে, আমাকে কমপ্লেন করেছে।
Well, my colleague Ratnadeep is now joining us live on the broadcast, getting us more information about this controversy now that has erupted. Well, what is the confusion about the swearing in of the two MLAs here, Ratnadeep?
Well, the point is here that the Trinamool Congress is trying to make is that these two MLA designate who will be, administered oath, and then they become the part of the state legislative assembly. They have won the by-elections recently. Rayat Hussain Sarkar and Sayantika Banerjee, both of them have been staging sit-in protests outside the state legislative assembly. They're saying that they're waiting for the governor to come and administer them oath. However, the Raj Bhavan had invited both the two newly elected legislators to come to the Raj Bhavan to where the governor was ready to administer them the oath. But the Trinamool Congress says that the convention is that when somebody gets elected in the by-election, it's usually the governor who actually appoints or who actually gives the authority to the speaker or the deputy speaker to administer the oath. And the Trinamool Congress newly elected MLAs are saying that they would not go to the Raj Bhavan. It has been the convention that the governor comes to the assembly to administer the oath, or he designates the speaker or the deputy speaker. So therefore, this is yet another issue where it seems now the Trinamool Congress led government in Bengal and the governor, Mr. C.V. Ananda Bose, are at loggerheads. We have seen in past that the governor and the state government being on loggerheads on several issues, not on the same page, and this is yet another flashpoint in that relation between the state government and the ruling TMC and the governor.
Okay, another controversy now that has erupted over the swearing in of the two MLAs here. Dr. Shatarupa, spokesperson of the BJP, and Riju Datta, spokesperson of the TMC, join us on the broadcast here. Mr. Riju Datta, if I could come to you first, what is the problem at hand here? Why do you think the governor might be delaying the swearing in of the two MLAs?
Very good question, and this is the question I hope NDTV asks the governor himself, because we are clueless. See, these two MLAs have won in the by-election. They have won by people's mandate. I do not know why this dilly-dallying by the governor for this oath ceremony, because he himself is disrupting for the public service. The second point is that after multiple allegations of sexual molestation of women, inside the Raj Bhavan, the women, people's representatives or the elected representatives who are women, they are not comfortable going to the Raj Bhavan.
So that is the reason you're saying that the two MLAs, now they are demanding that they do not want to go to the Raj Bhavan, even though they have been invited, but they want the governor to appoint either a speaker or deputy speaker to administer oath, or the governor should come to the assembly.
That is one of the reasons. Second point I wanted to put across to your viewers is that, that during the times of elections, we have seen this governor, this gentleman, travel to North Bengal and God knows how many places, just for media coverage and media mileage. Why can't he step out of his Raj Bhavan and come to the assembly? We are not asking him to come to a street corner. Please, sir, come to the assembly. Make sure you take the oath ceremony so that the people of these two constituencies, they get their service. The governor of a state, the constitutional head of a state, because of his delay of oath ceremony is disrupting.
Okay. So you're saying that the governor is delaying the oath taking of the two MLAs. Let me take a response from Dr. Shatharupa here. Dr. Shatharupa, your response on that.
Good evening. The whole thing is so bizarre and funny. I was listening to Riju. I'm actually not being able to find any kind of point of contention. That I don't understand what is the issue here. There are two people, which is very right, two people who won in a by-election. One is a woman and one is a man. Now, if the question of the safety of the woman is concerned, she is the representative of an entire constituency, a Vidhan Sabha constituency, which has several women. So what kind of message is she sending by denying, refusing to accept the invitation of the governor, who is the constitutional head? He has invited both the MLAs, the newly elected MLAs, to the Raj Bhavan. Now, alternatively, I also don't understand why the two people, these two MLAs, are insisting that the honorable governor has to come all the way to the Vidhan Sabha, where it is only two people. In this context, perhaps it would be pertinent to mention that very recently, Mr. Shamik Bhattacharya, who is the chief spokesperson for BJP West Bengal, has been elected to the Rajya Sabha, and his swearing in happened not in a huge manner. The people, the Rajya Sabha MLAs who were elected in the middle, just before the elections, Lok Sabha elections were declared, they were called to the parliament, where not in the parliament hall, in some other hall. I think the Vice President of India conducted this.
Okay, but is there a problem? Is there a problem now? We do understand there have been certain allegations against the governor, and there are some apprehensions that have been expressed by the TMC MLAs. But what we are learning is that the governor has denied their request altogether. But should there have been any concern or issue? A problem with the governor if the two MLAs had been asking for something, or do you think is it just to create a political standoff here, a controversy here, that the TMC is doing that?
Listen. All I'm saying is I will not be able to justify the governor's stand, because I am not going to talk on behalf of the governor. It is entirely the governor's prerogative. I think he has been as a bystander, as a person who is representing the chief official party, the single largest official party of West Bengal Legislative Assembly. All I can say is the governor is being pretty decent, and correctly so. He has invited them to the Raj Bhavan, not some bystanding, shady tea stall. He has invited them to the Raj Bhavan, come and do the oath. But I really don't understand what this hue and cry is all about. And if at all I take your stand that this woman is very scared because of some sexual assault case or a couple of sexual assault cases, and that the governor is going to justify.
Last response from Riju Datta here. All right, I won't have much time. Last response from Riju Datta here.
See, Shatharupa ji does not know the full story. The governor, I don't know whether NDTV is privy to the letter that has been sent to these elected representatives from the house of the governor. The governor said you are asked to come to the Raj Bhavan for your oath ceremony, where I will denote an appropriate person for the same. That means the governor will not hold the oath ceremony himself. He has called the elected representatives to the Raj Bhavan, and then probably he's going to denote some Tom, Dick or Harry for this oath ceremony. Not only this is an insult, secondly, this is an insult to the elected representatives. Secondly, the women MLA, the woman MLA, Shayantika Banerjee, this question, she's not comfortable going to the Raj Bhavan. So we are saying is, as the constitutional head of the state, if he can come to the legislative assembly, we are not, again I'm specializing on this point, the legislative assembly. Please come and do this oath ceremony so that the people of these constituencies are not devoid of public service. And today and yesterday, I just want one more thing. These two elected representatives have sat in dharna in Vidhan Sabha under the statue of B.R. Ambedkar.
Right. That is what they're saying. Well, the two MLAs who'd been sitting at the stairs of the Vidhan Sabha saying that they're going to sit there and wait for the governor to arrive. However, we do understand the governor has clearly denied their request, saying that he is not going to administer oaths to them in the assembly. Well, this of course has emerged as a huge political face-off between the BJP here and the TMC. We'll keep an eye on the developments here and see how far this really goes. Meanwhile, some more news now that we are tracking at the moment. The Sengal installed next to the Speaker's chair in Lok Sabha has emerged as the latest flashpoint this Parliament session after opposition MPs have questioned its relevance. The ongoing debate over Sengal has been triggered by Samajwadi Party MP R.K. Chaudhary's letter to Speaker Om Birla. The SP MP has said the Sengal must be removed from the Parliament and replaced by a copy of the Constitution. He is referred to Sengal as Raja Ka Dand or the King's Baton. SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav defended his party MP, saying that when Sengal was installed, the Prime Minister had bowed to it, but he forgot to bow to it while taking oath this time. Well, our MP had wanted to remind the Prime Minister about it. Now, the BJP has accused the opposition of disrespecting Indian culture.
Sir, what do you think of the Samajwadi Party and the Congress saying that the Sengal or the scepter is not a symbol of constitutional democracy that India is?
First of all, I condemn this Samajwadi Party and the Samajwadi Party leaders and India Alliance partners. So they don't know about the Tamil culture. They don't know about the Tamil tradition. They don't know about the Tamil values. See, the democracy first taught to the country or to the world by the Cholas only. In the Cholas, they kept the Sengal for the fair government and the equality government. The Cholas, when they are going to transform the government to the next generation, they used to hand over the Sengal. This Sengal is meant for a fair government. And you have to treat all the people to equal, and you have to follow the moral, and you have to follow the legally. So it's reflecting the Sengals, it means Sengal. So like that Sengal, our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji is identified, and our Prime Minister constructed new parliament to come out, people want to come out from the colonial mindset. So the new parliament is reflecting our Indian ethos, Indian culture, Indian tradition. So there our Sengal is kept. In that it is not like that it was kept, it is not kept. The Tiruvasagam, you know, and the Tamil Adinams came out from all over Tamil Nadu. They came here and very big puja was happened, and Tiruvasagam, they sang the Tiruvasagam. Then the Sengal was kept in the parliament. So today also our president is going forward to the Sengal is going before our President of India. So it is pride of Tamilian. Right, it is pride of Tamil people. So like it's in each and every Tamil's pride this is. So the SP, Samajwadi Party or India Alliance people, they are against the Tamil tradition, they are against the Tamil culture, they are against the Tamil value. I strongly condemn this instance.
Absolutely. Last question, sir, but they are saying that constitution should be kept and not the Sengal. Do you think that comparison is fair?
See, constitution, our Prime Minister is all time. 2014, when our Prime Minister took in charge, that time our Prime Minister told and gave namaskar to the Constitution, and our Prime Minister told the Constitution my Bhagavad Gita. 2019 also same. 2024 also, first our Prime Minister he bowed and he touched his head in the Constitution, then only he came to the seat also. So like our Prime Minister always give priority and pride our Constitution of India and Baba Dr. Ambedkar. You see, we are talking about the Constitution. The Indie bloc people, what they did, they didn't respect Dr. Ambedkar. Our Prime Minister identified 5 places. That 5 places made for Panch Tirth. That Panch Tirth, who did? Our Prime Minister only did. So our Prime Minister only identified. Our Prime Minister always give priority and respect our Indian Constitution and Dr. B. Ambedkar.
Thank you so much.
Breaking news now coming in. NSUI workers have stormed the NTA office. These are latest visuals coming in from inside the NTA office. At the moment we're learning, over 100 protesters belonging to the Congress Party student wing have stormed the NTA office, and they seem to be raising slogans inside the NTA building. Well, we are also learning that they've locked down the building from inside. However, we'll try and get more details about this in just a moment. They have these placards in their hands as well, with holding them in their hands, and they are raising slogans, demanding, raising their demands also here in the protest that we can see. Visuals that are coming in, dramatic visuals that have come in from the NTA office. These are inside. From inside the NTA building, the visuals that we have access at the moment. My colleague Ishika now joins us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Ishika, these are latest visuals that are coming in. We are learning the Congress student wing workers have locked the NTA building from inside. They are not letting anybody else to enter, and these are meanwhile latest visuals that have come in from one video that has come in from inside the building.
Well, yes, as you rightly mentioned, we are currently present here at the NTA office, where in fact a while ago, these student wing of the Congress Party, that is the NSUI, had stormed inside the NTA office, and they were trying to lock down the NTA office. Now, this certainly was a protest against the NTA, and the NSUI was demanding, in fact, that nothing has been done so far. From the government side, they say that the sacking of the NTA chief is not enough. The resignation needs to be done by the education minister. But very dramatic visuals that, in fact, even our viewers can see on the screens, how all of these students, there were over 100 students who had, in fact, barged inside. They are currently, what we are getting to know, they are inside the first floor, and we are showing the visuals how they are sat down, near the lift, and they are raising slogans. And outside here, there is a heavy police deployment as well. So certainly very dramatic visuals that are now coming to light from the NTA office.
Right. Thank you so much, Ashika, for getting us all those details there. We'll keep an eye on the situation there and get you more. Meanwhile, some more news relating to the NEET controversy. The CBI has made its first arrest in the NEET UG paper leak case in Bihar. 2 individuals from Patna, Manish Kumar and Ashutosh, have been arrested. As per sources, Manish Kumar had facilitated the transportation of students in his car and is suspected of providing the use of an empty school where at least 24 students were given the leaked paper and memorized it, while Ashutosh provided lodging for these students at his residence. The 2 men had been called by the agency for questioning, and they were arrested after that. All right, my colleague Prabhakar is now joining us on the broadcast here. Well, first arrest by the CBI in connection with the NEET UG paper leak in Bihar. What more details are now coming about the arrest? Could there more people be involved and linked to these 2 men? We do understand the investigation is taking place at the moment. The interrogation of these 2 men is also taking place at the moment.
Exactly, and it's just the beginning. The CBI has just started making arrests. This is one of the first arrest CBI has made in this particular case, Ashutosh and Manish Prakash. These two guys have been arrested, and remember, before these arrests, around 17 persons were already under arrest. Those arrests were made by the Economic Offence Wing of Bihar Police, and then those people arrested, their custody has been handed over to CBI. So altogether 19 arrests so far, but the first arrest made by CBI is that of Manish Prakash and Ashutosh. Remember, these two guys were a very important chain in this entire gang which was operating in the NEET paper leak scam, and they were providing the on-ground logistic support for the students involved in it. Remember, Ashutosh was the guy who was responsible for arranging lodging support for the students who had reportedly brought the services of this gang and paid money to get the answer sheets before the examination. And Manish was the guy who was arranging the transportation service for these students. So these two guys were called in for questioning yesterday afternoon to the CBI office, and after integration, CBI today has taken them under custody. So officially the first arrest made by CBI. And as these two arrests have been made in Patna, remember the investigation is also on in Jharkhand, especially Hazaribagh, that has been seen, that is being seen as the epicenter of this entire controversy which has erupted. And 4 men over there, they are still being integrated by CBI. No officially arrest so far from Jharkhand, but it's not be very late when we actually could hear something about them as well.
Absolutely. Well, we are learning now that on the basis of the statements by these two men, the police is trying to join the dots, and more arrests could be made, of course. Thank you so much, Prabhakar, for getting us all those details there. It's time for a short break here. More continues on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones."
Welcome back after the break. In a big step up for Atmanirbharta in defense program, Adani Defense, in collaboration with the international defense major Thales, will be manufacturing 70mm rockets in India. While the rockets can be fired from India's attack helicopters and are considered the gold standard of rockets of this class anywhere in the world. My colleague Vishnu Som has the special report.
It's rockets like these that will now be manufactured here in India by the Adani Group, working closely with the international aerospace firm Thales. 70mm rockets fired from India's light combat and Rudra attack helicopters can hit targets on the ground with pinpoint accuracy. Each light combat helicopter, operated by both the Indian Air Force and the Indian Army, can mount 48 rockets in pods. These can be guided with lasers to enable accurate hits.
It's also versatile because of the array of weapons that it carries. It can actually carry air-to-air missiles as well, fired from these pods over here, and also rockets which can be used to strike targets on the ground.
These rockets can be used against soft and light armored vehicles. air defense facilities, radar sites and communication installations. What are these rockets meant for?
These rockets are generally meant for an area target, like a column of vehicle or even a lightly armored column of vehicle. These are they have a caliber of 70 mm. They have a warhead which is of different types. A different kind of warhead can be chosen depending upon the target. That's called as target to weapon matching.
The Indian Air Force and Indian Army are in the process of acquiring 65 and 114 light combat helicopters respectively. In a statement, Thales has said, "This partnership is a key milestone in our continued support of Make in India and the Atmanirbhar Bharat vision for India's growing defense industry." Thales is a world leader in the manufacture of 70mm rocket systems, launcher and firing control systems. 8 million rockets have been delivered around the world to as many as 70 forces. These rockets will now be built in India. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Well, with that, it's time to wrap this edition. More news and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
It's time for the favorite section जिसका मैं इंतजार करता हूँ हमेशा. It's called Ask TG and यहाँ पे I answer all your questions. Let's see what we have for this week. Okay, two things. One, that maybe the kind of work that you are doing on your laptop is more demanding now, जो शायद आप एक साल पहले ना करते हो. That's the reason that the system is under load and fan चल रहा है just to keep it, below a certain temperature. Second thing, because it's a sunny, day, usually that we see that the temperatures are going really high, तो हो सकता है because the ambient temperatures are hot in your surrounding, आपका लैपटॉप जो है वो काम कर रहा है just to stay cool. Third scenario, again, quite common जो हो सकता है वो ये कि maybe there's some dust inside. Maybe the system, ventilation is not proper and the vents are clogged. तो एक बार अगर आपने आप लैपटॉप को ओपन कर सकते हैं, the lower panel, तो आपको अंदर दिखेगा how exactly is the condition. आप एक air blower से, just get rid of all the dust or all the lint जो कई बार when we use the laptop just on the bed तो it attracts all that, vents are usually closed, तो extra जोर लगाता है system, it overheats and produces all these issues. So that's it. 3 scenarios and I've given you all the solutions. So yeah, I think now you can enjoy your laptop without that extreme fan noise. But yes, अगर आप heavy load पे काम कर रहे हैं तो आवाज़ तो आएगी and I mean you need to bear that.
Hi TV. So there have been a lot of power fluctuations in the city, and wherever I plug my device, there's a chance they might get damaged. So is there any way I can prevent that?
See, the solution is pretty simple to be honest. अगर आप एक inverter को use करते हैं and the modern inverters now have a built-in UPS. So if you have a UPS inverter, things would be under control and I think काफ़ी easy solution है और because it goes as the front system for the entire house, so all the appliances would be taken care of just by using a UPS inverter, I would say. Okay, so you want to shoot nice photos and videos and your budget is 30 to 40K. Photos definitely आपको बहुत अच्छी मिलने वाली हैं. I can certainly recommend you Vivo's latest Vivo V30 Pro. It has some interesting features and definitely would make sure कि
This is NDTV. and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rao. Stay with us for all the news you need to know. Massive protest over the NEET exam. Let's take a look at the headline. Over 100 protesters stormed the NTA office, the office of the National Testing Agency that's at the center of the entire NEET controversy. The Congress's student wing storms the NTA office and locks down the office. Deputy Speaker election on the cards. The NDA is likely to keep the position. The opposition had asked the government to give the Deputy Speaker position to the opposition. The first arrests by the CBI in the NEET case in Bihar. Two individuals are detained from Patna, Manish Kumar and Ashutosh. So these two key accused have now been arrested. The CBI files a charge sheet in the sexual assault case against former Karnataka Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa after a woman alleged that he sexually assaulted her minor daughter. And on the first day of the Maharashtra Assembly, Uddhav Thackeray hits out at the centre, and the state government says this is a leakage government from Ram Mandir to papers, leaks galore. Eknath Shinde retorts they create a fake narrative and the reality will emerge during the Assembly election. Our top story now, and members of the National Students' Union of India, that's the Congress's student wing, has barged into the Delhi office of the National Testing Agency, the central body that is at the center of this entire controversy over the NEET medical examination that's under scrutiny over question paper leaks and other irregularities that have taken place in the entrance exam. Earlier today, we saw Congress youth workers were protesting at Jantar Mantar, attempting to march to Parliament. However, now the NSUI members have stormed the office. You can see visuals from the office, which showed the crowd there. And in the NTA building, shouting and screaming as they charged inside. They've also locked the office doors, we're told. Let's go across to Ishika now for more. And Ishika, what is the situation? Is it still, this standoff? Have they laid siege to the NTA office?
Well, Gargi, as you rightly pointed out, we have seen that over 100 students barged inside the NTA office where we are currently standing. You can see that this is the NTA office where over 100 protesters of the NSUI, that is the student wing of the Congress party, tried to barge inside. In fact, they also tried to lock the front door that you can see currently. And after that, we also saw the dramatic visuals of them raising slogans on the first floor and demanding that NTA be scrapped. Now, shortly after that, all of these protesters left from the spot, and after this is the visuals that we are getting for you. You can see that there is now a heavy police deployment after that, after that protest that took place, by the NSUI. It was a flash mob protest, over 100 NSUI protesters barging inside the NTA office, trying to lock the doors. And after that, this is the visuals that we are getting. Heavy police deployment has now been done outside the NTA office. Well, now the NSUI says that they were demanding, in fact, that NTA be scrapped. So this is certainly, Gargi, as you also mentioned, back-to-back protest over NEET is what we are seeing throughout the day today. First, it was the Indian Youth Congress, and now it was the NSUI that held its protest just inside the NSU office, just inside the NTA office just a while back. Very dramatic visuals that came to light from here. All of these students trying to storm in, and then they were sitting near the lift at the first floor, continuing to raise slogans. And after that, just as the police was about to arrive here at the spot, all of them left from the spot, and now a heavy police deployment has now been done at the NTA office. Over to you.
Right, and Ishika, the NTA is really at the center of, this entire controversy over NEET in the Supreme Court, even as the petitions are being heard, questions over the NTA's handling of the examination. Initially, the NTA claiming that there was no leakage that had taken place. That's something the Education Minister, Dharmendra Pradhan, too said. But since that last hearing, and the next hearing, as we know, is on the 8th of July, so much more has emerged. And, these cases are now being investigated by the CBI in Bihar, in Gujarat, etc., where there are, there's evidence of paper leak having taken place. So this is, this is just added fuel to the fire and the anger against the NTA, which the Congress is really, zoned in on.
Well, that's right, Gargi. As you rightly mentioned it, we have seen that it was not just the NEET, where the paper leak allegations were made. We have seen it was the other tests, if you look at, that have been conducted by the NTA, be it, NET, how that was also, in fact, postponed because it was said from the government authorities itself that an input was received, that, that the exam has been compromised, after which the case was handed over to the CBI. So certainly, with not just one test but multiple examination, very important examination, all being now handed over to CBI for further investigation, has only added fuel to the fire. We have seen how, in fact, the students across the country and also their parents have, have had only angry reactions to the NTA, and then we are seeing that multiple student organization, be it the Congress student wing, NSUI, be it their youth wing, the IYC, or be it the other, student wing of the left parties, all of them had in fact held protest against the NTA. Now, government, did sack the NTA chief, but even after that, the anger against the NTA continues, and today we saw back-to-back protest over and against the NTA by the Congress, both of its wing, the IYC and then the NSUI. The NSUI, who in fact, brought the protest to now the NTA office itself. They stormed in, they raised slogans, they sat down, and they also tried to lock the NTA office, and just as the police was about to arrive, they left from the spot. Now, all of these student organizations, they say that currently they demand that NTA be scrapped and also demand the resignation from the Education Minister, Dharmendra Pradhan. But certainly very dramatic visuals, Gargi, that we have seen throughout the day. Even today, right now also you can see the heavy police deployment that continues to be there outside, in fact, the NTA office. Let me tell you that this was the very entrance that, that the NSUI protesters were here, and they were trying, in fact, to lock it, and then they barged inside this very, this very NTA office. You can see that the police, team continues to be inside. They are trying, to examine the situation as well, and so the heavy police deployment still continues to be outside the NTA office. Over to you.
All right, thanks so much, Ishika. We'll return to you for more updates. So the dramatic scenes from the NTA office as the Congress's students wing stormed the NTA office and even locking the doors from outside and raising slogans asking for the NTA to be scrapped, and anger against the NTA over its handling of the central exams, NEET, and even the UGC NET that was cancelled a day after it was taken. Now the opposition really zoning in on this issue and the anger of the students, and the Congress held a meeting earlier today, and the opposition has decided they will be raising the NEET issue in both houses of Parliament, and they will demand that this issue be discussed first, that this issue be discussed before any other work takes place in Parliament. The opposition planning to corner the government over NEET, the medical examination. Let's go. And in fact, today you had the president for the first time also addressing concerns around the NEET exam, saying that nobody will be spared during her address to both houses of Parliament. So for the first time, you had the president, talking about how this, recognizing this massive concern, this controversy, saying that no one will be spared. Now, the issue is in the Supreme Court currently, and the Supreme Court will take up all the matter on the 8th of July. This has also been something questioned by many of the students who feel there's a lot of uncertainty right now, and have asked and have questioned why so much delay in the hearing that the Supreme Court is doing. But let's go across to Akhilesh now. for more. And Akhilesh, so the NEET issue, now going to be raised in Parliament. The opposition planning to corner the government over the entire NEET controversy, demanding it be discussed first.
That's correct. In fact, the opposition is very aggressive on this issue. We have seen that how when Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan was going to take oath, that time the slogans about NEET were raised by the opposition members. And today also, when the President was addressing both houses of Parliament, that time when she was talking about the future of the youth and also about the education system, that point of time, some opposition MPs raised slogans of NEET, NEET, and she had to intervene and ask them to, listen to her. So this is very important and significant that now the government is also ready to answer all the questions and objections raised by the opposition parties. In fact, the government sources are indicating that even if during the debate on the President's speech, motion of thanks, some member of Parliament of the opposition, if they try to raise the issue of NEET, then Education Minister Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan can intervene in the debate and answer all the questions and doubts raised by the opposition parties. Because the government sources are very clear. They are saying that the government has taken all the steps which are necessary to protect the interests of the students. They are saying that they have removed the NTA director, and apart from him, the whole examination, the issue was handed over to the CBI. And apart from that, a high-power committee has been appointed under Mr. Radhakrishnan, and that committee had already taken a meeting on 24th of June. In that meeting, they have decided to consult all the students and parents within next 15 days and come up with a report and recommendation so that the education system can be made robust and strong and transparent also. So this is what the government's position is. They are saying that the investigation is on by the CBI and the culprits are being nabbed across the country, and that is why the government is also saying that apart from that, anti-paper leak law, which was passed by the earlier Lok Sabha, that has been implemented now. The rules have been notified, and government is committed to take strong action against any culprit who is found guilty.
All right. Thanks so much, Akhilesh, for joining us with all those details. So the opposition planning to corner the government over this issue tomorrow in Parliament. Now, this as the investigation into the paper leaks is also continuing. And in Bihar, the CBI has made its first arrest in the NEET UGC paper leak case. Let's go back to Akhilesh for more on that. And Akhilesh, earlier you saw the Education Minister and even the NTA, the National Testing Agency, denying that there was any paper leak. They said this in the Supreme Court as well. And since then, it has emerged that these paper leaks did indeed take place, which is what many of the students were saying as well. Let's get you the details of those arrests that have taken place in Bihar. So 2 arrests have been made by the CBI that took over the case from the Bihar police. So 2 individuals from Patna identified as Manish Kumar and Ashutosh have been arrested. Now, according to the CBI sources, Manish Kumar facilitated the transportation of students in his car and is suspected of providing the use of an empty school where at least 24 students were given the leaked paper and memorized it, while Ashutosh provided lodging for the students at his residence. The 2 men had been called by the agency for questioning on Thursday and were arrested shortly after that. So the investigation into the paper leak aspect of the NEET exam continuing, and now the arrest of these 2 individuals in Bihar. News now from Karnataka, where the Karnataka Criminal Investigation Department has filed a charge sheet against former Chief Minister and senior BJP leader B.S. Yediyurappa. This is in connection with allegations of sexual assault of a minor. Yediyurappa has been charged under Section 8 of the Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act, which prescribes punishment for sexual assault of a minor. So a charge sheet now filed against the former Chief Minister. The law provides for a mandatory minimum sentence of 3 years, which can be extended up to 5 years in jail. Additionally, it is learned that the former Chief Minister also faces charges under the Indian Penal Code of sexual harassment. So this case filed against Yediyurappa after a woman had alleged this sexual assault on her minor daughter. So a massive controversy there as this case was continuing, and now the big development being the CID filing this charge sheet naming the former Chief Minister, who has of course denied all these charges, and many in the BJP also pointing out two former complaints made by the same woman. So that's also a controversy. However, the investigation has been continuing, and now a charge sheet filed under the very serious charges of POCSO, and now Yediyurappa being named in that charge sheet. Allegations of him sexually assaulting a minor. These allegations were made by the mother of the young child, and Yediyurappa has been charged under Section 8 of the POCSO Act, which prescribes punishment for sexual assault of a minor. Let's go across to Pratibha now for more. And Pratibha, so a big development in this case with Yediyurappa named in the charge sheet.
It is a big development indeed, because we are talking of BJP veteran here in the Karnataka's political circles, Yediyurappa, who has been accused in a POCSO case. And the incident came to light in February when a complaint was filed by a mother who alleged that Yediyurappa had sexually assaulted her minor child. And this case was taken into effect then, but then did not really proceed further. And now what we also hear is that Yediyurappa had been granted anticipatory bail by the Karnataka High Court. And after the mother's death, that is the complainant's death, it was the brother who followed up on the case, and the matter was taken forward. The CID has taken up the case, and now the charge sheet has been filed. We also have details emerging from sources where in the charge sheet, Mr. Yediyurappa's name as well as three others' names have been mentioned, and the three others have been mentioned under charges of destroying evidence. This is the information that we gather so far. More details is likely to emerge as the legal procedures go forward. Whether it would be a setback for Mr. Yediyurappa or not is also something that needs to be closely watched. Back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Pratibha, for joining us on these latest developments. So a very serious charge there against a very senior BJP leader, former Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa. Let's shift focus now to Maharashtra, where the BJP is intensifying its preparations for the assembly elections that are expected in just a few months' time. And a core group meeting of the BJP will be held in Mumbai tomorrow. This is going to be, the election, the leaders who are in charge of the election. So BJP's Maharashtra election in charge, and Union Minister Bhupender Yadav will be in Mumbai tomorrow for this meeting. He will participate in this key meeting and also hold one-on-one meetings with top leaders of Maharashtra. After assessing the political situation, Bhupender Yadav will then provide feedback to the party's central leadership. The party's strategy for the Maharashtra Assembly elections will be formulated on this feedback. Remember, there has been tension between the allies of the Mahayuti, between Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar as well. So all that will be taken into account tomorrow when Bhupender Yadav will hold this key meeting. Well, today was the first day of the Maharashtra Assembly session, and Uddhav Thackeray, following the session, slammed the Modi government as well as the Maharashtra government and attacked them over the Ram Mandir leak. Remember, it's been in the news of a complaint that the Ram Mandir had started leaking, as well as the NEET leak case. And he said that this is a leak sarkar, and both the Ram Mandir and NEET leak have taken place, while the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde hit back and said this is a fake narrative created during the Lok Sabha polls, and people are aware of Maharashtra government's work, and people will realize the true picture in a few months after the assembly elections.
पण एकूणच जर बघितलं तर केंद्र आणि राज्य हे त्यांच्याच भाषेत डबल इंजिन सरकार आपण किंवा ते म्हणत असतील तर ही दोन्ही सरकार महागळती सरकार आहेत. हे लिकेज सरकार आहे, कारण राम मंदिराच्या गाभाऱ्यात सुद्धा लिकेज झालेलं आहे, पेपर फुटी झालेली आहे, म्हणजे पेपर सुद्धा लीक होत आहेत, मंदिर सुद्धा लीक होते, आणि ह्यांना लाज लज्जा शर्म काही नाहीये.
चेहरे की बात करते हो, कई लोग एक चेहरे पे कई चेहरे लगा लेते हैं, वो एक गाना है ना, वैसे चेहरे उनके पास. अभी उनके सही चेहरे अगले 2-3 महीने में लोग जनता बराबर खींच लेगी और असली चेहरे उनके जनता के सामने आएंगे. ये लोकसभा के चुनाव में फेक नैरेटिव, झूठा ये सब प्रचार प्रसार किया, संविधान बदलेंगे, आरक्षण जाएगा, लोगों को डरा धमका के वोट लिए, ये परमानेंट नहीं है। लोगों को पता चल चुका है काम करने वाली सरकार कौन है, झूठे वादे देने वाली सरकार कौन थी।
Well, let's go across to Radhika now for more. And Radhika, quite an eventful first day of the assembly session. Uddhav Thackeray, alleging this is a leak sarkar, and Eknath Shinde, hitting back and saying the true picture will emerge in a few months after the elections.
That's right. The monsoon session of Maharashtra Assembly is starting today, and the top leaders of the government and oppositions in the House. Of course, the House was adjourned today. It will continue tomorrow, but press conferences and interactions happen post the session. Of course, the session is significant ahead of assembly elections. We did see Mr. Thackeray targeting the centre over NEET test. He referred to reports of rainwater leaking into the Sanctum Sanctorum of Ram Temple in Ayodhya, calling the centre as a leakage government, pointing at both Ayodhya issue as well as NEET leak issue, calling them a leakage government in Delhi. Now, also countering Mr. Devendra Fadnavis's charge that question papers of competitive exams were leaked during Uddhav's tenure. He said that this was a fake narrative. Most of the exams happened during COVID-19 and they were online. Now, Shinde also hitting back, saying that false narratives were spread by the opposition about the state government, which is what led to the Lok Sabha results. But people of the state know what the reality is, and therefore it is the Mahayuti that will emerge victorious during assembly elections. So just months ahead of assembly elections, this is the last monsoon session. Uddhav also targeting the government, saying promises are given by the state but never fulfilled, talking about farmers' distress and failure to disburse loan and so on. So multiple issues. Certainly from tomorrow, we can see the opposition targeting and cornering the state government over a range of issues, from farmers' distress to Maratha Arakshan, and also the Pune drug issue and so on. And of course, we know for a fact that opposition has an impetus here. There is benefit opposition, benefit MDA, considering the way they performed in the Lok Sabha elections. Therefore, this has given them a boost of sorts. So it remains to be seen how the next few days are going to be. Certainly a stormy session expected in the next 2 weeks.
All right. Thanks so much, Radhika, for joining us with all those latest developments. With that, time for us to slip into a short break. More news coming up on the other side.
Race to White House heats up as Biden and Trump slug it out in their first TV debate. Will Macron's gambit pay off, or will France see its first far-right government? 6 candidates in the fray. Who will Khomeini back as Iran's next president? Martin Wolf and Dr. Philip Ackerman. This week on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Prime Minister Modi paid tribute to Sri Nadda Prabhu Kempegowda on his birth anniversary. He was a visionary known for his foresight and administrative skills.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world.
Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
बहुत बार ऐसा होता है and I've seen many guys जो कि 2 फोन कैरी करते हैं सिर्फ इसलिए कि उनको 2 अलग-अलग WhatsApp को रन करना है. And sometimes I understand कि मतलब एक फोन होना मुश्किल हो जाता है, but WhatsApp has a built-in option. अगर आपको नहीं पता है, you can just add an account in the same application. ये बड़ा आसान है. You just go to WhatsApp, आप सेटिंग
Welcome back. NDTV has learned from sources that after the showdown over the Speaker's election, the Deputy Speaker election is on the cards and the NDA is likely to keep that position. Remember, the opposition wanted that position even during the negotiations for supporting the Speaker and not having an election. The opposition had demanded they be given the Deputy Speaker's position, which the government was not inclined to do. And now it's expected that the NDA is likely to make that announcement soon and keep the Deputy Speaker's position as well. Meanwhile, the Congress has written to the Speaker over his resolution on emergency. There were protests yesterday after Om Birla, shortly after his re-election, had addressed the Parliament and the Lok Sabha and then spoken on the emergency and dark days of the emergency. Now, K.C. Venugopal, in his letter to the Speaker, said it's a grave matter impacting credibility of Parliament and that making such a reference from the chair is unprecedented in the House.
So many things we discussed about the parliamentary functioning. Of course, this issue also came. Rahul Ji, leader of opposition, had informed the Honourable Speaker. It could have been avoided from the Speaker's reference. Because that is clearly a political reference. It could have been avoided.
A letter by K.C. Venugopal has been shared with the Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla, and it was also leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, who met Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla after the Lok Sabha got adjourned for the day, and it was a courtesy meeting. But in that courtesy meeting, it was Rahul Gandhi who stated that after being elected as the Lok Sabha Speaker and thanking all the respected members of the lower house of the Parliament, it was an unfortunate decision by the treasury benches, and someone like Lok Sabha Speaker, who is well respected across the party line, should not have brought the resolution on the emergency. This could have been something which could be avoidable. Also, it was Rahul Gandhi who stated that this is politically motivated. Several of the opposition leaders categorically stated that when the government is focusing on 2047 as developed India, they wanted to see what's going to be the roadmap for the country, for the progressive parliamentary democracy, and also for the developed nation. But certainly it is the government who wanted again to go back what happened 50 years back, and that event certainly is something which is a black era for the country. It was Indira Gandhi at that point of time as well who herself asked for apology on what was her decision during that time to implement emergency, but certainly it is the government who do not want to focus on the real issues. They do not want to answer on NEET row. They do not want to answer on train tragedy, but wanted to again remind the country about what happened 50 years back. Nothing will be nothing the government can gain from it, and certainly this is a diversion tactic on the part of government, but directly coming from Lok Sabha Speaker could be avoidable is something that the Congress and opposition parties have stated as far as Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla bringing that resolution against the emergency in the lower house of the Parliament yesterday.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है। चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो। पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
वैसे स्मार्ट से याद आया, स्मार्टफोन्स हम सभी देखते हैं. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, this has the Qualcomm Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 which is based on 4nm. आपने सुना होगा ना अक्सर ऐसा 4nm, 5nm, 3nm. What is this nm if I were to tell you? Well, पता है क्या है? यहाँ पे nm is a nanometer. It's basically a unit.
To Turning Point. Well, this is one of the biggest matches of the tournament. India taking on England in the T20 World Cup semi-final. What will Providence serve up at the Providence Stadium in Guyana? We'll have to wait and watch. We can tell you that it has been pelting down overnight. There have been stoppage in showers in between, but that doesn't mean that there will be a full match. Match may be delayed. The covers are on at the Providence Stadium in Guyana. We'll have to wait and see how it plays out.
In fact, Rika, multiple heartbreaks later, we are here once again in a knockout match of an ICC tournament, hoping to cross the line this time around. India faces England in what is a repeat of the 2022 T20 World Cup semi-final. Not so good memories of that match, but can India change the narrative? Will England progress to their successive T20 World Cup final? That will be decided in just a couple of hours from now. But for now, the match is set to happen in the Providence Stadium. As Rika mentioned, that match hopefully should start at 8 p.m. But we have been talking about the weather and how it has been acting up. Just to give an update on what the weather is like at the moment. There is a 50% shower chance from 10 a.m. and 40 to 50% rain till 4 p.m. is what we are learning as of now. Now, Rika, what happens in case of a washout? Now, in that scenario, India moves into the final because India finished first in their Super 8 group, while England, they finished second in theirs. There is no reserve day allotted for India versus England.
And that's funny, isn't it, Osama? There was a contingency plan for the first semi-final, but no such contingencies for the second semi-final that's going to happen between India versus England. And the reason that ICC has given its fans is that because that match happens 48 hours to the final, hence there is no contingency plan. There is no reserve day, so to say, for the semi-final.
Well, there are going to be a lot of conversation around that as
Absolutely.
well. I'm telling you over the internet. But just in case, if the match is rain affected, what are the scenarios? Is what we are going to tell our audience now. That match starts losing overs after 8:30 p.m. Indian
Pretty much
Standard
half an
Time.
hour after
That's
the
right.
match starts.
And that match has to have a minimum of 10 overs a side game. Unlike other T20s, it can't be a 5-over a side game. Now, another 190 minutes minus the 60 extra minutes will be activated in this particular match. Now, if the match is a washout, India then progresses to the final.
So for all you India fans who are tuning in to watch the T20 World Cup semi-final, be prepared for a long night. Stock up on your popcorns, chips and your cold drinks. Well, let's go over to our guests at this hour. I'm joined by former cricketer Rajiv Seth. We will also be joined by former India cricketer Ritender Singh Sodhi. I can see the Cricinfo editor, UK editor of Cricinfo, Andrew Miller, who also joins us from UK. I will first go over to Andrew. Andrew, the weather doesn't look too good, but what are the English journalists, fans saying? What are the chances that you would give England team against India tonight?
Well, funnily enough, we only have one English journalist over in Guyana. My colleague Matt Roller's made it over for Cricinfo. So, yeah, we are optimistic, but realistic, I think, is the honest truth. I mean, obviously, 2 years ago, the same semi-final in Adelaide went rather well for England, but I don't think anyone really believes we are favourites going into tonight. But the fact is, England have made it. And for a long time through this tournament, we kind of thought it looked like they might even lose out to Scotland in the group stages. And, they lost fairly heavily to Australia as well. They lost to South Africa early on. They've not been in very good form. And yet here they are in their fourth semi-final in a row. And, they have won major tournaments recently, which is more than could be said for the other teams who have made the semi-finals, India included, to be perfectly honest. So, I think England will go in with not as much pressure as they might sometimes have felt throughout the group stages of this tournament.
Vika, I was listening to Michael Vaughan speaking with Adam Gilchrist on his podcast, and he did talk about how and why ICC hasn't really factored in a reserve day for India versus England, unlike the first semi-final. ICC says that 48 it is happening because it is happening 48 hours before the final is the reason why we are not keeping a reserve day. Rajiv said, what are your reactions to that?
Thank you very much, Osama and Rika, for having me on the show. It's been a great, tournament for India, to say the least, and being undefeated and doing so well. Probably that's the rider factor for India. But I do agree that Adelaide is not forgotten, and probably this is the right time to show to the world that we mean business and we're doing well in this tournament. So I would personally feel that India has an edge because of the consistency that they have shown in this tournament. But England can never be taken lightly, and especially for the results that they have produced against India. So it's going to be an interesting evening in some sense.
Ritender, there are 7 players from that Adelaide game who are expected to take the field today. Would you say that they have forgotten the scars of 2022? Or would you say it's been easy for them to forget the scars of 2022?
Look, Rika, India has been in top-notch form, but we have to agree it's a semi-final. You're playing England and you can't take them lightly at all. And look, history is history now. We can't get into that. But presently, if we talk about Team India, they are notch higher because the way we have been performing, our bowling looks not only good, it looks dangerous. And that is where Salt and Butler can have all sorts of problems. They are top-notch players, but facing Bumrah and Arshdeep in this best form. Okay, they survive them, but then again they have to play the India spin trio. Again, that will be a major test. So yes, I'm 100% sure our batting is definitely a strength. But then our bowling, which looks heavy, that is where England can have lots of worries. And I give it to India today. Look, cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties, but 80-20, India should win.
I also want to get Andrew Miller's opinion on this, Rika. Like you said, it is a repeat of the 2022 semi-final. Andrew, will that be playing on either team's mind? Do you think that is going to give confidence to England as well? That, look, we have done it before. We might just do it again.
Well, I think the confidence that England can get from this is having got to the semi-final. It's probably the bare minimum of the expectations around this team. Because let's face it, they are the best England team that England have produced in white ball cricket ever. And it may be evolving a bit, but a lot of the players who won in 2019 are still there. It's a side that had expectations of getting to the knockouts. It looked at one stage they wouldn't get there. They've made it. So I think England will be pretty relaxed. As for India, I honestly believe that Adelaide result will be a motivating factor in the right way. I think, I look at England's own narrative arc. They on their journey to winning World Cups, they endured a terrible hardship when Ben Stokes got smacked out of the park in Kolkata in 2016. And obviously Stokes took that personally, took it to heart. He came back and produced the results that got England over the line in 2 World Cup finals. So, if Rohit or anyone else in this side just thinks that was a really personal defeat, I want to avenge it, then I think, 80-20 feels like the right sort of odds for India to actually come out and steamroll England this time.
Okay, let's talk about a few matchups, contests within this contest. And the first one I would like to bring up is probably a lip-smacking contest between Jofra Archer and Rohit Sharma. Rajiv, I would like to get your comments on this. Jofra Archer, a super performer for England, who was bought by Mumbai Indians twice over, but injured. He couldn't play, he couldn't turn up. What would Rohit Sharma be thinking while facing against him tonight?
I wonder if Rohit Sharma has revenge on his mind.
I don't know. Well, let's hear from Rajiv.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting contest, Rika, because Rohit, in the sublime form that he is, and look at the way he's played the last match. Also, he took the attack to challenge and played the shots, that unbelievable shots, and the timing that he has. So it's not going to be easy for England bowlers, which I feel is probably England's not best bet, to be very frank. England would rely more on their batting strength, as I would put. So hence, bowling is going to be under tremendous pressure, and first 6 overs will make huge difference. And I'm sure Rohit is going to go for his natural flair, and he's just going to manage those quick runs initially to put pressure back on it.
All right, another big contest that we are really looking forward to is Virat Kohli versus Moeen Ali, and we have seen Virat Kohli struggle against spinners. But when it comes to an ICC
and
knockout,
particularly Moeen Ali,
absolutely
he struggled against Moeen Ali.
And in fact, when you look at Virat Kohli's record in an ICC tournament, he has almost always he has taken that responsibility to bring his best, especially in big matches. Ritinder, is a big knock coming today?
Yes, Osama, I am very sure about it. And we have been waiting for a big match. We have been talking on our shows with Abhishek, Ashokipa, that he's a big match player. So no day can be bigger than the semi-finals of the World Cup. And Virat Kohli, he rises to the occasion. We have seen up-teen times whenever there's pressure, whenever there's a big game, Virat Kohli comes and hammers a ball out of the park and wins us a game. So yes, this is a contest, Moeen Ali versus Virat Kohli. Rather, every England bowler will be eyeing Virat Kohli because they will be licking their lips that they have a chance. Virat is not getting runs. He's not in that sort of crazy form. But yes, I can assure you, and world knows then when Virat hit forms, it is actually a hit. So yes, we all are waiting that today evening Virat Kohli will blaze all cylinders and win us the game. Look, Rohit has been in tremendous form. He's been blazing all cylinders, but Virat has been little here and there. But today can be his evening. And if Virat fires today, we should have an easy win.
In fact, Rika, Moeen Ali, just a couple of days ago, he described England's World Cup as a roller coaster ride. I mean, that's how England roll, isn't it? But talking about the other big matchup, other big contest, Archer versus Surya Kumar Yadav.
Yeah, Archer versus Surya Kumar Yadav. England will look to probably bring in Jofra Archer against Surya Kumar Yadav. Surya Kumar has been in prolific form. But one of the other contests I really want to talk about with Andrew is Kuldeep Yadav versus captain Jos Buttler. Kuldeep has been in super form. Andrew, if we could ask you about this contest, what do you think of it, and what is it that is going to set the narrative, set the storyline in this contest?
Well, I mean, it has to be said, Kuldeep has been bowling absolutely magnificently of late. He's, the skill value of having a left-arm wrist spinner is one thing, but the way in which he has just nailed his brief. He's got the perfect pace, got the perfect flight, the variations, and his record against Buttler is pretty good, I believe. I think he about a strike rate of about 105 to 110 and got him out 3 times in T20 history previously. So England haven't really been able to accelerate against Kuldeep, and that I suppose is the key thing. It's like even if they do get off to a decent power play, they're going to have to come up against this guy who will just put the handbrake on. And I think England have just got to be ready for the expectation. This will be a low-scoring game. I think spin will be a factor. Adil Rashid will be a big factor as well. I mean, he bowled magnificently in Adelaide as well. He's probably the key bowler for England on that night. So the slower bowlers forcing batsmen to make the angles and create the opportunity to put the power through the ball, all these things that I think will be a big factor. When the ball just comes onto the bat and you can launch it, as we saw during the IPL, it's an amazing spectacle. But I think when you have to grind your runs a bit harder against top quality bowlers, it's a very different type of spectacle, and it could be a fascinating one as well. So if England can avoid panicking, if it looks like 150 say is a limiter of ambition, or even in the USA leg 120 was ample for a really tough contest. It's just a matter of holding your nerve, I think, and realizing that these conditions are going to be tricky, and you just got to hang in there.
Andrew, it's just a follow-up question to what you mentioned about that England has to be prepared for a low-scoring game. Given the fact that in this World Cup we saw that they hinged much on their power play performance, and England has been one of the sides to have prolific power play, would you say that even today they will hinge on power play, on getting maximum runs in the power play, or they will have that responsibility spread through the batting lineup?
And just to add to that question, Andrew, just to add to that question, the match is happening at Guyana, the Providence Stadium. It is the strategy. What is the strategy going to be? Go hard in the power play and then look for the spinners. What do you think should be the strategy there?
I think England will go hard. I mean, the way that Buttler and Salt have lined up in particular, Phil Salt's been a revelation, particularly in the Caribbean. Last winter, he scored consecutive 50-ball hundreds against West Indies, and he was in fine form again earlier in the tournament. And he's got this ability that Jason Roy had before him in England's previous white ball team to just go hard regardless of the conditions. He has no fear about teeing off from the get-go. And that has helped Buttler at the other end to take a little bit longer, a little bit more like a Chris Gale, say. He would just allow himself a few balls to get the measure of the conditions and then launch it. So by having those two in harness, England are generally in a really good place to be strongly placed after the power play. Lose either of them early, then you're into a difficult scenario, because the one thing England haven't really had, they had a weird group stage where they didn't get a lot of game time because of rain. They still haven't quite got their act together in the middle order. No one quite knows whether Johnny Bairstow's in good form. No one quite knows whether Harry Brook is nailing it. Moeen Ali, Liam Livingstone, they're all a little bit unsure of where their form is actually at. So yeah, absolutely. The power play is vital to England. They've got to go well on that.
Well, Osama, we've been talking about the conditions in Guyana, and one of the key players will be the rain. And when rain comes in, we talk about the rain rule, the Duckworth-Lewis method. Now, Duckworth-Lewis has been, the rain rule has been very close to all of us, journalists, broadcasters. We've always come out with that sheet that has been very, very controversial. earlier, you know, about 17 years ago, I had a chance of traveling to Gloucestershire, a place in England that was the birthplace of Frank Duckworth, one of the founders of the Duckworth and Lewis reign rule. We went to him after a lot of criticism was heaped on him to ask whether there could be tweaks and whether he could at least end up in being a non-controversial man. Here's the story we bring to you, which we had shot 17 years ago.
It's still raining.
Rahul Dravid is said to be a great student of the game, but the Duckworth-Lewis system obviously confuses him as well. That's why the Indian captain had to look at this piece of paper during the 5th one-day against England on Sunday. But Frank Duckworth, one half of the two mathematicians who created the system, thinks the concept is quite simple, even if the mathematical formula isn't.
When overs are lost to the weather, then you don't correct the target in proportion to the number of overs that are lost, but in proportion to the number of run-scoring resources which are lost. And these are a combination of overs remaining and wickets. And we have a mathematical formula which combines these two resources, and that's what we use.
Cricketers aren't meant to be mathematicians, but they're expected to understand the Duckworth and Lewis system. Sadly, Sean Pollock and his entire team didn't manage to crack the code, which is why the South African team made such an early exit from the 2003 World Cup after losing a rain-interrupted game to Sri Lanka. And contrary to popular perception, the Duckworth and Lewis system does not favour the side batting first.
A few years ago, my colleague Tony actually did an analysis, and he reported it in one of the scientific journals, testing how the Duckworth-Lewis had performed compared with uninterrupted matches. I think the figures were that in uninterrupted matches, the side batting first wins on between 53 and 54% of occasions. And that percentage was reflected almost exactly in the cases that we had where the Duckworth-Lewis method was operated.
You either understand it or you don't, but the Duckworth-Lewis system is here to stay, at least till such time as someone else finds a less complicated system. We only hope. In Gloucestershire, with Anisa Khan, Rika Roy for NDTV.
Well, I must say, Rika, you haven't changed in the last 17
Well,
years.
apologies, that was 17 summers ago. And it's a tribute to Frank Duckworth, who died last Friday. With that, a quick break on the show. More on the other side. Stay tuned.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day.
Well, Welcome back. The first semi-final has given us some surprise. South Africa, for the very first time,
Are you surprised, really?
I'm absolutely surprised. South Africa reaching a final is once in a blue moon occasion, and it was a dominant performance with the ball that saw South Africa pump Afghanistan in the first semi-final of the T20 World Cup. Now chasing a below-par target of 57, the Proteas, they dashed the way to the final in 8.45 overs. Like I said, this is their first ever appearance in a T20 World Cup final. And as the famous song goes, this time for Africa, well, we'll be asking that question, is this the time for Africa?
So, Osama, are you surprised that South Africa has made it, or how South Africa managed to break the knockout jinx?
Well, we'll try and get those answers from our guests right now. Rajiv Seth, Andrew Middle, and Ritendra Sodhi still with us. Rajiv Seth, let me come to you first. Rika was asking me this question. Are you surprised that South Africa have managed to break that jinx?
Not at all. In fact, in my last conversation with you all, though we were all riding over Afghanistan's consistency and we all appreciated that, but I did mention that, to beat South Africa would be a different ball game for them because of the factor, the X factor, which South Africa holds in their batting as well as bowling balance. And I think this is where they made the difference, getting them out for 56. In fact, broke the back. And I mean, then it was the question of applying and just playing your natural shots. So I'm not surprised, frankly, though I give it to Afghanistan, as I mentioned early on, that they have already won the World Cup with their consistency and beating the best in the business in this tournament. Mm-hmm. So they also need to rejoice from this tournament.
Andrew, let me ask you, was it the schedule that did them in, Afghans in, or all the celebrations, they just got a little carried away by that?
Well, I don't think the schedule helped. I think that's perfectly fair to say that they were a bit unsettled by that. But no, I mean, let's face it, you can't take it away from South Africa. They are an exceptionally good team at the moment, and they were too good for Afghanistan, who I totally agree. They've exceeded, well, not exceeded expectations, because actually, they did really well in the 50 over World Cup as well. So they've lived up to expectations, in my opinion. But semi-finals is probably about as far as they could hope to go. But South Africa are unbeaten. They have done the needful. They saw off England. They saw off West Indies. They have faced down every challenge that has come to them so far. And for the first time, I think 8 losing semi-finals in World Cups. They finally got to a final. I mean, that is just a huge moment for them. You can't escape the magnitude of that. They were very unlucky against Australia in the 50 over World Cup as well. I mean, there's an absolute humdinger of a match, and to pretend that they choked in that one, I think would be disingenuous. They certainly gave England a hiding in the 50 over World Cup in Mumbai, and they looked a really powerful team for a really long time now. So they will be ready to fight their corner in that final, because whoever they face, they've got the monkey off their back by getting past that semi-final hoodoo, and a bit like England getting to the knockouts. They will probably be in a better position to be relaxed going into that, thinking, we've actually made a huge step that no one really believed we'd ever make.
And as far as Afghanistan go, Ritendra, your final word on this. Where does Afghanistan cricket go from here?
Look, it has to go high and high, Osama. They have done their job. They have reached the semi-finals of the World Cup. Nobody thought that they will ever play the semi-finals, but they played, and they go out with respect and dignity. I think they did their part. They have a tremendous team, and definitely in years to come, they will be forced to reckon with. They can upset many bigger teams. So definitely with this World Cup, they've got that much needed confidence. And Rika, you look the same what you looked 17 years back.
I agree.
Well, as far as Afghanistan goes, their journey has just begun. Now, there are many teams that will be vying to play bilateral series against Afghanistan. Will that happen? Will that not? We'll have to wait for that in the future. But for now, we leave you with these pictures of the Afghan cricketers celebrating because they deserve it, honestly.
We haven't slept. Nobody slept so far. The whole night we were up. We celebrated a lot. Along with the people back home in Afghanistan, it was a daytime there, and they were celebrating, and even we were celebrating, our friends, family.
My wife Good. Sleepy. Very sleepy, bhai. Just we need to reach to the hotel and order some food to eat and then sleep. Just wake up tomorrow for semi-final. Rashid is singing still. See? My favorite song.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
More than 50% of Indians will be living in its cities by 2050. How do we ensure a decent quality of life for all? With clean air, green open spaces and no traffic jams.
है कोई सुपर सॉल्यूशन? हेल्प करो।
12 साल सीलन नहीं, 14 डिग्री गर्मी घटे।
नेरोलैक फार्मा नो डैम प्लस विथ जापानीज टेक्नोलॉजी, बाहुबली ऑफ वाटर प्रूफिंग।
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome to the Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav. A special focus on the power balance in Karnataka politics and also the Foxconn controversy in Chennai. But first, the top national headlines that we're tracking this hour. Starting with over 100 protesters from the Congress's students' wing, the NSUI, storm into the National Testing Agency office in the national capital and create a ruckus. NTA says answer sheets are all safe. An election for the Deputy Speaker's post likely as NDA braces for another face-off with the opposition in Parliament, which is likely to field K. Suresh as a contender for the post. The NDA is likely to field a TDP candidate. The CBI detains 2 men in Patna as it makes the first arrests in the NEET controversy case. And down south, the Karnataka CID files a charge sheet in the POXO case against former Karnataka Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa. First up on the Southern View this evening, a quick check of Karnataka politics and what's been called another round in the shadow boxing between Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar. Both leaders are in Delhi to meet the party's newly elected MPs and the central leadership after the Lok Sabha polls. However, the focus of their meetings with the central leadership is likely to be on senior ministers in the state, demanding the creation of more Deputy Chief Minister posts in Karnataka. Interestingly, a seer belonging to the OBC Vokkaliga caste, to which DK Shivkumar belongs as well, Chandrasekhar Nath Swamy, today publicly demanded that DK Shivkumar be made the Chief Minister. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has maintained that all decisions will be made by the Congress High Command. Remember, DK Shivkumar was made the only Deputy Chief Minister, along with holding the State Congress President's post, after the mammoth victory for the party in the 2023 Assembly elections. The arrangement was to placate him and maintain a clear power balance in the state after his challenge for the Chief Minister's post and relinquishing it for Siddaramaiah.
ಒಬ್ಬರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಅನುಭವ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಮುಂದೆ ನಮ್ಮ DK ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಬಿಟ್ಟುಕೊಟ್ಟು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೇದಾಗಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ.
ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಇಸ್ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ, ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತಾ ಸರ್? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಡೆಮಾಕ್ರಸಿ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಅವರು ಏನು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಆ ಥರ ನಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು.
Well, joining us now to understand the political realities and the equations in Karnataka, Sunil Prabhu, who tracks the Congress and DK Shivkumar very closely, Sandeep Shastri, noted cephalogist, and Pratibha Raman, who's been keeping her ears to the ground here in Karnataka. Sunil, first up to you, given that DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah are both in New Delhi and you had some senior ministers raised with the party high command a demand for more deputy CM posts. What's the thinking with the Congress High Command? Do they want to revisit the power balance and equations in Karnataka at the moment?
Well, what they are definitely doing is that a fact-finding committee has been constituted by the Congress party, and they're looking at it threadbare about the reasons for why the Congress didn't perform well in the state of Karnataka. 9 seats is what they got. There is a JDS as well as a BJP combined. It's a lethal combination against the Congress party in terms of, the political combination and the kind of chemistry that the Vokkaligas as well as the Lingayats and the BJP's co-base in terms of formation. So the Congress definitely, if it has to be in the reckoning, and it's an important state, Karnataka, and they have to fulfill those promises that they have made, they will need to do some soul searching and understand what are the reasons, what needs to be done, what is the course correction, and why haven't things been gone as per plan in the Lok Sabha elections. Because if you remember last year when the Karnataka elections took place, the indication was that we will have to wait and see how you perform in the Lok Sabha elections. Now that has happened, the Congress party has constituted it. DK Shivkumar definitely aspires to be Chief Minister. He's also been the man for all seasons. Whenever there's been an issue, be it in Telangana or wherever, he's been the man Friday for the Congress leadership, trying to help and ensure that the Congress party is in the reckoning. So he has a larger role to play, no doubt about it. But Siddaramaiah, with his years of experience as a Chief Minister, has a good hold on the administration, as well as coming from the Kurba community, will have to be also taken into account. And he also has the support of a majority of the MLA. So all these factors have to be taken in. I don't think they're going to rock the boat as of now immediately. It will take a long period of time. There is no immediate urgency, is what we have been told.
Important point that you're making there, Sunil. Not rocking the boat at the moment. They will take their time, but will consider all factors in. Before I go to Sandeep Shastri to understand the power balance and the caste equations as well, that's been playing out since the assembly elections and then after the Lok Sabha election. Pratibha Raman, what are you hearing from the different camps? Are they expected to speak about this at the top level with the central leadership? Is that the indication you're picking up? Because interestingly, on a day that both of them are headed to Delhi for what's been called a pre-fixed visit and not to discuss any of these issues specifically, there is a Vokkaliga seer who makes a comment on DK Shivkumar becoming a chief minister, and just a day ago you heard several of the senior ministers like Satish Jarkioli saying they want more deputy CM posts in the state.
that's precisely why this meeting definitely gains a lot of significance. Even though it has been pre-decided, there are three factors leading us to believe that there could be an impact on the power equations here with respect to this meeting, mainly because, number one, ahead of the assembly elections here in Karnataka, there was a decision taken that this power equation would be revisited after the Lok Sabha election. And now that the Lok Sabha election is over, there have been demands made by both the camps, the Siddaramaiah camp as well as DK Shivkumar camp. Like you mentioned, yes, there was a Vokaligas here who made a comment just today talking about how DK Shivkumar, being a Vokaliga leader himself, must be given a chance to be or to get onto the Chief Minister's throne. And 2 days ago, we had Cooperative Minister as well as Mr. Satish Jarakiholi making comments about how DK Shivkumar shouldn't be the only deputy CM there, but then there need to be more deputy CMs there. So a power tussle in terms of the Siddaramaiah camp as well as DK Shivkumar is already being witnessed in the political corridors of Karnataka. And the fact that both these significant leaders of Karnataka are in Delhi, there is a likely or there is a possibility that this could be discussed is something that most of the leaders as well as the senior party members here believe. But we'll have to wait to see what will be the outcome of that meeting in Delhi. Back to you, Veera.
Right, as we wait and see what the outcome is going to be, Sandeep Shastri, there were different caste realities and power equations that emerged after the assembly election victory with you have DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah both from the old Mysore region dominating. The other sections, which includes the Lingayats, the SC, ST sections of the Congress, have been demanding parity with the top two and symbolically pushing for a deputy CM post. Do you see the Congress revisiting its power equations in Karnataka or maintaining a status quo?
Veera, this is a very interesting phase in Karnataka politics. A year ago, Shivkumar got what he wanted in terms of the bargaining for deputy chief ministership, only one deputy chief minister and continuing as KPCC president. Now with the Lok Sabha elections over and Karnataka coming up with a performance which was not to the extent that the party expected, I think the shadow boxing has already begun in terms of the positioning by different leaders. The Shivkumar camp is trying to assert the point that the party managed to do what it do under his leadership in the KPCC. On the other hand, those opposed to Shivkumar and possibly even those supporting the chief minister would like to say that we need to now change the political equations in the state. So I think what all we have seen in the state happening in the last few days is a sense of preparedness being seen by both the camps or all the camps to try and strengthen their position, try and strengthen their stand in the whole discussions with the High Command, because now you have 4 more years of the government in the state and the party would try to ensure that these 4 years are years they can capitalize on. As I see it now, it seems to be a status quo which will continue because it is too difficult a boat to rock, because you rock the boat at this stage, you don't know which side it could topple. So I think the High Command would prefer to wait and watch and ask all factions not to raise the tempo in any way, because there are other fights which the Congress is also fighting locally and nationally. So I think it will be more a status quo, but every group is trying to put pressure to strengthen their stand, their position, and put their stakes ahead very clearly. But I think it will be status quo, Veera.
Right, as you very interestingly put it, when you try to rock the boat, you don't know which side it's going to shift. Given that bit, very, very quickly, Sandeep Shastri, I'm completely running out of time. Post the Lok Sabha polls, do you believe, because anyway, the consideration that we were told after the assembly polls was that it would possibly be revisited only mid-term. We're not yet there. But post the Lok Sabha polls, how much do you see DK Shivkumar's aspirations for the Chief Minister's chair taking a hit because of his brother losing in Bengaluru rural? Very quick response.
I think not only has he had a setback, Veera, let's also remember all other key players have had a setback. The CM has had a setback because of the result in Mysore. Other important leaders have had a setback because if you look at the key seats in Karnataka, which ministers were given responsibility for, the party has lost most of those seats. So it's a setback for all key players if you are to look exclusively at the Lok Sabha election. But now I think the argument would be the Lok Sabha election is behind us. What we need to do is to strengthen the government at the state level and its capacities to perform. That I think is going to be the focus. And with that as the focus, I argue there will be a status quo where everybody will be told, come out with your best foot forward in the next 1 year, and then we will see any change that needs to be done.
We'll see how this plays out. Thanks very much, Sandeep Shastri there. Now to the top national story from Parliament on a day when the President made her customary address to the joint session of the two houses. Both opposition and government seem set for another face-off over the Deputy Speaker's post, as the NDA is likely to field a TDP candidate and the opposition may field K. Suresh again. There was also another sharp exchange today after Samajwadi Party MP R.K. Chaudhary demanded that the Sengal, which was installed in Parliament in May last year, be replaced with the Constitution of India, while Chaudhary suggested that the Sengal was representative of the monarchy. The Constitution, he said, was the symbol of a democracy. Samajwadi Party and the RJD defended Chaudhary's comments, but the BJP hit back and claimed that the comments were disrespectful to Indian and Tamil culture. Several sharp reactions from both sides on that exchange, even as the Congress continued its sharp criticism of the Speaker for bringing up the emergency during his customary address.
He had been very clear that the Sengal is an identification of a king. BJP is insulting Tamil Nadu every day by not giving Tamils their due right, Tamils their due share in power, due share in the revenue. That is the insult of Tamil Nadu. This is not a, this is a bogus insult, and others they should do. This is the hate and this is the discrimination. BJP continues to do it in each and every state.
It's an insult. Yes, of course it is. I mean, it is an interest of the entire South because, I mean, the Sengal is very much a symbol. It was first given by the priest from the South to Nehruji, and Nehruji has accepted it. Then suddenly, over the years, Sengal became a walking stick as well.
Well, now to the controversy around hiring of employees at global multinational electronics contract manufacturer Foxconn's high-profile Chennai plant. The Union Labour Ministry has asked for a detailed report from the Tamil Nadu government after a Reuters report claimed that Foxconn was excluding married women from employment at its Chennai facility. The Reuters investigation quoted some women and former employees of Foxconn alleging that married women were systematically excluded because of several reasons. The multinational has, quote-unquote, vigorously refuted the report and is reported to have said that 25% of women it hired are married. Apple, too, for which Foxconn is a major supplier, said all its suppliers hire married women, including Foxconn. Sources in the Tamil Nadu government told NDTV that they are looking into the matter to file a report, but are not aware of any violation of Indian labour laws. So for the latest on that story, we have both Sam Daniel of NDTV, who's been tracking the Tamil Nadu government closely, and Haripriya Sureban, who tracks the industry very closely. Sam, first to you, what are you hearing from Tamil Nadu government sources as far as the allegations are concerned?
Raghu, nothing on record, but senior sources from the government say that Foxconn employs around 30,000 women. A significant number of them are married, and they concede that Foxconn provides accommodation only for single women, and it denies dormitory-like facilities for married women. And even this, they say, does not violate Indian labor laws in any way. They also add they've received no complaint from any affected women or any former employees. For a specific question whether is the government okay with this kind of an alleged marital status based discrimination. They say, well, for us, the guiding light is the Indian labor laws. And according to that, at the moment, there is no such violation. The way political parties or the ruling dispensation may look at it will be different. That's a different issue. But at the moment, there is no violation, they say. And they also add that Tamil Nadu accounts for a 42% of women workforce of which is around among the 16 lakh women across India. 42% are from Tamil Nadu, and that, they say, endorses the kind of conducive atmosphere in the state. And they're expected to give a response to this, for the central government in a day or two. We can expect a nuanced, politically correct response either tonight or tomorrow. But the big question, are they in a way kind of condoning the alleged violations? That's something we'll have to wait and see.
It'll be very interesting to see, note that response. Haripriya, what are you hearing from the industry and perhaps from sources close to Foxconn itself?
There's no official statement from the company as of yet, Veera, but what we heard from sources and what PTI has reported as well is that the company is saying there is no discrimination against women, married women who wear ornaments or jewelry of any kind. It's in fact a safety protocol for any person who works on the shop floor to avoid wearing metal. It says that there is no bias against anybody, be it in terms of caste, religion, gender, or marital status. It is saying that these kind of claims were made by people who were not hired by Foxconn or were either do not work with Foxconn anymore. As you said, it has went ahead and underscored that 25% of its recent hires were married women. In its factory currently, 70% are women and 30% are men. It is also claimed that the Tamil Nadu plant in question is actually the largest plant that employs women in the country. It is also said that these allegations that are being made are actually maligning the fast-growing Indian manufacturing sector.
Right. We'll keep a close watch on that story. Haripriya and Sam Daniel, thanks very much. But from that controversy to politics, now to the world of Indian cinema and to the fascinating, fantabulous sci-fi Kalki 2898. My colleague Uma Sudhir decides to unravel Kalki 2898 as it hits the theatres. We leave you with all that she found.
आपने अपनी घर में एक भगवान को स्थान दिया है।
रिकॉर्ड चेक कर रहा हूं। मैं आज तक एक फाइट नहीं हारा।
तुम्हारी जंग फिर से शुरू हो गई है।
First show, I'm Uma Sudhir and this is the first time that I'm watching a 5:30 AM show of a big film like Kalki 2898 AD. If you ask me if it was worth it, I would say yes, because all credit to Nag Ashwin, the director, writer of this film, who has managed to make a futuristic world come alive. Not just using computer graphics, but also being able to create something in real life as real art and making it all seem so very seamless.
रिकॉर्ड चेक कर रहा हूं। मैं आज तक एक फाइट नहीं हारा।
The first half of the film is all about introducing the Kalki universe, the rules of living and existence there. And with such a complicated storyline, no wonder it cannot proceed very fast because people need to be familiarized with what exactly is happening in the yester world and in the future world.
इस वर्ल्ड का आखिरी शहर काशी, कहते हैं कि ऊपर पानी है।
पूरी दुनिया से सब छीन लोगे तो सब कुछ तो होगा ही।
A story that spans several millennium from the Mahabharata to the futuristic world. It's a dystopian story actually. Will it appeal to different generations? I would think yes, because you have youngsters as well who are asking questions about mythology, and this is something that perhaps is able to give those relations. And the person who is holding it together from the age of the Mahabharata to now is none other than the one and only Amitabh Bachchan, who is playing Ashwatthama, the man with no death.
कहते हैं कि भगवान के अंदर पूरी सृष्टि होती है, आपके अंदर तो भगवान है।
you managed to see the early morning show. What's your reaction?
It was good, mind-blowingly cooked. I mean, honestly, the aftermath, we didn't get up for some time. All of us were in such shock. It was so good.
Yeah, it crossed everyone's expectations. Definitely, I think best film in the past few years. Prabhas is back.
It's the most electrifying movie coming from an Indian filmmaker. Nag Ashwin has done every Indian proud, especially Telugus. I think the highlight of the film is it's 180 minutes of unbridled, electrifying entertainment.
What such kind of a film, a superhero film needs, it all has it all. Plus with an Indian ethic in the sense of Mahabharata.
Supreme Yaskin.
पता है आप कितने लोगों को बचा सकते हो?
एक की रक्षा करने केवल एक.
So this is a post-apocalyptic, dystopian kind of a science fiction action film, and if you thought that the characters are going to be not relatable, no, they are very relatable in many different ways. Amitabh Bachchan, as befits a person of his stature, actually carries the film through. He is the only one who can beat up that rebel star, Prabhas. Not easy to imagine that detailing that is happening from a mythological story of the Mahabharata to a futuristic world where you have these vehicles flying, virtual screens, and also robots that are doing the talking, and they also seem to have certain degree of emotional intelligence. Who is actually a car that was made specially by the filmmakers for the sake of this film, and this is the vehicle that in fact plays the sidekick to the rebel star Prabhas, and this is the very seat in which he sits, and all the action sequences actually follow. This Buji is not just a car because it's something that was specially made with a partnership of Mahindra Motors. Anand Mahindra has in fact tweeted about it, and also JM Automotives from Coimbatore. And what we understand is that many engineers in fact came together to be able to visualize this car that's about 6 meters long, 3 meters wide, and about 2 meters high. And this, which he is trying to show us, is actually the robo which talks on behalf. So this is a robo, very futuristic vehicle, something that's actually dystopian in nature, and it plays not just a sidekick, but in a sense, should I say, almost like a romantic interest of Prabhas.
इस बार मैं प्रिपेयर होके आया हूँ. आजा.
Interesting that in this future world, Nag Ashwin has introduced concerns about the environment, because in that world, the biggest aspiration of the people is to be able to be in a place with real greenery, real plants, real animals, and even real food in the form of fruits.
हम दोनों कॉम्प्लेक्स में थे.
1 million units है क्या तेरे पास?
कुछ नहीं बचा. मेरे जैसे कितने लोगों के लिए आप हीरो जैसे.
At just about the time that you're getting familiar and comfortable with the Kalki universe, there are little cameos that happen. Vijay Deverakonda is there, Dilkar Salman, Mrinal Thakur, even a Ram Gopal Verma and a Rajamouli, whose relationship with Prabhas is quite well known, and yes, it will make you smile and perhaps even laugh, putting you to ease.
तुम्हें सिर्फ खुद से प्यार है भैरवा.
इस दुनिया में बस एक ही साइड होती है. खुद की साइड.
Bhairava, 5-star bounty. Let's go.
हाय.
हाय.
From a Shobana to a Disha Patani to a Mrinal Thakur and of course Deepika Padukone, interesting characters there. What is interesting is that in that future world, you still needed a woman to carry a baby in the womb, but you didn't need a father to produce that baby.
आपने अपनी गर्भ में एक भगवान को स्थान दिया है. मैं उछालूंगा.
हर हालत में रोकना ही होगा.
Unlike Amitabh Bachchan, who gets a full-fledged role, Kamala Hassan's screen presence is rather limited. But then you needed someone like a Kamala Hassan, no ordinary actor, to be able to play that challenger to God. And yes, of course, there is going to be that sequel where you can expect confrontation scenes between a Kamal Hassan and an Amitabh Bachchan, and also the rebel star. More to come in part 2.
You गाए और कितने मौके मिले तुम्हें, पर इंसान ना बदले, ना बदलेंगे.
Unlike Amitabh Bachchan, who gets a full-fledged role, Kamala Hassan, no ordinary actor, to be able to play that challenger to God. And yes, of course, there is going to be that sequel where you can expect confrontation scenes between a Kamal Hassan and an Amitabh Bachchan, and also the rebel star. More to come in part 2.
पर इंसान ना बदले ना बदलेंगे.
डरो मत, एक नया युग आ रहा है।
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
बहुत बार ऐसा होता है, and I've seen many guys जो कि 2 फोन कैरी करते हैं सिर्फ इसलिए कि उनको 2 अलग अलग व्हाट्सएप को रन करना है। एंड समटाइम्स आई अंडरस्टैंड कि मतलब एक फ़ोन होना मुश्किल हो जाता है, बट व्हाट्सएप हैज़ अ बिल्ट इन ऑप्शन। अगर आपको नहीं पता है, यू कैन जस्ट ऐड एन अकाउंट इन द सेम एप्लीकेशन। ये बड़ा आसान है। यू जस्ट गो टू व्हाट्सएप, आप सेटिंग्स में जाएंगे, अकाउंट में जाएंगे एंड वहाँ पे यू कैन जस्ट ऐड अनदर अकाउंट। आप नंबर डालिए, OTP आएगा, वेरीफाई हो जाएगा, अपनी डिस्प्ले फोटो ऐड कीजिए अगर करना है तो, एंड दैट्स इट, योर अकाउंट इज डन। बेसिकली आप उसी एक व्हाट्सएप की ऐप में 2 अलग अलग अकाउंट रख सकते हैं फॉर अ पीस ऑफ माइंड। एंड अगर आपको मल्टीपल अकाउंट्स रख के, लेट्स से यू वांट टू यूज इट बिकॉज ऑफ यू हैव 2 फोन नंबर, हो सकता है एक नंबर आपका इंडिया का है, मे बी यू आर ट्रैवलिंग अब्रॉड, आपका दूसरा नंबर भी है, मतलब यू गेट द ड्रिल कि आप सीधा एक व्हाट्सएप ऐप में 2 अकाउंट्स रख सकते हैं। और ये काम आप एक फ़ोन में भी कर सकते हैं। जस्ट इन केस दिस मेक्स योर लाइफ ईजी, प्लीज़ यूज़ दिस टिप, और इसको आप शेयर भी कर सकते हैं।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone.
You're watching NDTV. The Sengal, or the scepter installed to the Speaker's chair in Lok Sabha, has emerged as the latest flashpoint this Parliament session as well, after opposition MPs questioned its relevance in a democracy, and the BJP in turn accused them of disrespecting Indian culture. Now, Sengal, used by ancient Chola kings, is often seen as a marker of rule of righteousness and justice. It's something that was expected to guide a king. It has historical significance as well as it was seen as a symbol of a handover of power from the British to Indians. Something that the Modi government recalled and brought back in the spotlight when the new parliament was inaugurated last year in a ceremonial affair in the presence of multiple Tamil seers or adinams. But a lot of water has flowed under the bridge since then. A new Lok Sabha is in place with a renewed, resized opposition, a reduced BJP but a dominant NDA. Today, the debate over Sengal was triggered by Samajwadi Party MP R.K. Chaudhary's letter to Speaker Om Birla. The MP from Mohanlalganj has said that Sengal must be replaced by a copy of the constitution. He's joining us for a chat right now. Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary, for speaking to NDTV. Sir, आपने कहा है कि संविधान से ही भारत की डेमोक्रेसी की पहचान है, तो ये बताइए कि सेंगोल की जगह संविधान, आप क्यों चाहते हैं कि सेंगोल की जगह संविधान आ जाए?
निश्चित तौर पे हमने तो एक चिट्ठी लिखी है, और जब शपथ लिया, शपथ लेने के तुरंत बाद मैंने चिट्ठी दे दिया है स्पीकर को, प्रोटेम स्पीकर को। अब मैं तो शांत हो गया था, लेकिन कहाँ से उछल गया मैं जानता नहीं। अब अगर उछला भी तभी सही है, क्योंकि सेंगोल का मामला है, और सेंगोल तमिल भाषा का शब्द है। उसका माने होता है राजदंड। राजदंड का सीधा मतलब होता है राजा की छड़ी या राजा डंडा। जब राजे रजवाड़े थे तो दरबार लगा फैसला करते थे और डंडा पटकते थे मेज़ पे। अब राजे रजवाड़े नहीं हैं। अब फैसला होता है, IPC है, CRPC है, एविडेंस है, कोर्ट है, कचहरी है। अब थोड़ा सुनवाई करके फैसला होता है। लेकिन जहाँ तक सेंगोल को संसद भवन रखने की बात है, भाई संसद भवन लोकतंत्र का एक पवित्र मंदिर है, और मुझे लगता है कि जब सेंगोल तैयार हुआ था बहुत पहले, तो ये देश के पुरोहितों के सलाह पे तैयार हुआ था और लॉर्ड माउंटबेटन ने उसको लेके हैंडओवर कर दिया था उस समय प्रधानमंत्री पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू को। पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू ने बड़ा सम्मान के साथ उसको लिया और इलाहाबाद के संग्रहालय में रख दिया। सही जगह वही थी। पता नहीं क्या सूझा मोदी सरकार को, उन्होंने उसको उखाड़ा वहाँ से ला के रख दिया यहाँ लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में, संसद भवन में। तो हमारा कहना है कि अगर संविधान को बचाना है, लोकतंत्र बचाना है, तो निश्चित तौर पे संविधान को सही जगह रखना पड़ेगा। सही जगह है संसद भवन। तो संसद भवन से सेंगोल को हटा के उसके ओरिजिनल जगह पे जहाँ पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू ने रखा था वहाँ पहुँचाना चाहिए, सम्मान पहुँचाना चाहिए। और जिस स्थान पर सेंगोल लगा था या लगा है उसे उसकी जगह पे भारत का संविधान का एक कापी, एक प्रति विशाल काय उसका आकार हो, वहाँ स्थापित कर देना चाहिए कि देश चलेगा संविधान से और संसद चलेगा संविधान से। लोकतंत्र बचाना है तो सेंगोल को हटाना है।
ओके, बट पॉलिटिकली ये कहा जा रहा है मिस्टर चौधरी कि संविधान खतरे में है। ये जो नैरेटिव है, इससे समाजवादी पार्टी, आपकी पार्टी को काफ़ी फायदा हुआ था इलेक्शंस चुनाव 2024 में, इसीलिए इस टॉपिक को आपने फिर से छेड़ा है।
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं। देखो, सेंगोल किस लिए नहीं माना जाता? साउथ इंडिया का, नॉर्थ इंडिया का है। सेंगोल इसलिए है कि राजतंत्र का प्रतीक है, वो राजतंत्र प्रतीक है। हम कोई दक्षिण भारत के, उत्तर भारत के खिलाफ नहीं हैं। सेंगोल प्रतीक है राजदंड का, राजा के छड़ी का, राजा के डंडा का। तो उसको मुझे लगता है सही जगह उसको वही थी जहाँ पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू ने उसको रखा दिया था। यहाँ संसद भवन में, क्योंकि लोकतंत्र यहाँ से डील होता है, यहाँ ये लोकतंत्र का मंदिर है, इसलिए संविधान के प्रति ही यहाँ रखनी चाहिए। साथ सम्मान सेंगोल को निकाल के उसका सही जगह, उसको साथ सम्मान वहाँ से प्रस्तुत कर देना चाहिए, भेंट कर देना चाहिए।
तो आप कह रहे हैं कि
किसी बुरा मानने की जरूरत नहीं है।
तो आप कह रहे हैं कि इससे साउथ इंडिया का विरोध नहीं कर रहे हैं, लेकिन इसमें कुछ राजनीतिक फायदा होगा, इसीलिए क्या आप इस टॉपिक को छेड़ रहे हैं?
नहीं, इससे भी नहीं। हम कहीं प्रेरित नहीं हैं। जिस समय तैयारी चल रही थी सेंगोल को लाके संसद भवन रखने की, उस समय बड़ी क़यादत हुई थी और पेपर में निकलता था और मैंने उसको पढ़ा था, कटिंग रखे के मैंने उस पर आर्टिकल लिखा और मैं तभी ख़राब लगता था कि भाई सेंगोल सही जगह पर रखा गया है, उसे संसद भवन नहीं रखना चाहिए। ये तभी तो मैंने मन बना लिया था, इस पर आर्टिकल लिखा था। आर्टिकल मेरे पास आज मौजूद है, पब्लिश करने के लिए नहीं था, लेकिन चूंकि जब मैं सांसद हो गया, हमारा फर्ज बनता है कि जो सही है उसको सही कहें, जो गलत उसको गलत कहें। हम सेंगोल सम्मान करते हैं, दक्षिण भारत सम्मान करते हैं, लेकिन उसको अगर एक बार प्रधानमंत्री ने रखवा दिया था इलाहाबाद के संग्रहालय में, तो निश्चित तौर पर अच्छा सम्मान रखा था, वहाँ रखा रहना चाहिए था। अगर मोदी जी ने उसको वहाँ से लाके यहाँ ट्रांसफ़र किया तो कोई मांग नहीं रहा था, कोई कह नहीं रहा था, ये तो अपने आप एक नाटक कर दिया। और ऐसा नाटक किया मोदी जी ने कि उस फंक्शन में जब सेंगोल यहाँ स्थापित करना था या नए संसद भवन का उद्घाटन करना था, तो मोदी जी ने ये ध्यान रखा कि उसमें राष्ट्रपति जी को इनवाइट नहीं किया। अगर राष्ट्रपति जी को इनवाइट कर लिए होते तो जिस तरह से मोदी जी लंबे सेंगोल सामने लेट गए, उसका कवरेज पूरी दुनिया ने किया, देखा, वो ना होता तो जितना सम्मान हुआ है उनका, उतना सम्मान ना होता, निश्चित तौर पे राष्ट्रपति जी का होता। तो बड़ा ध्यान रखा उन्होंने, मोदी जी ने। तो नाटक उन्होंने किया, हमने नहीं किया। हम लोग खाली आपत्ति इस बात का है कि लोकतंत्र पे हमला हम नहीं होने देंगे।
Well, thank you, Mr. Chaudhary. हमसे जुड़ने के लिए, that was K. Chaudhary, Samajwadi Party MP, who's was basically defending his claim, his ask that the Sengal in the new parliament be replaced by a copy of the constitution. Well, the Congress has also come forward to support the Samajwadi Party MP's assertions here. Joining us now is Congress MP from Tamil Nadu, Manikam Tagore. Thank you so much for your time, sir. My first question to you: many believe that the Sengal, which was used during the times of the Chola kings, actually has a deeper meaning to it. It was expected to guide the king on matters of justice and rule of law. Today, an SP MP is asking for the constitution to replace the Sengal in the parliament, and you have supported that. How do you see that, sir?
We need to understand that those who celebrate Sengal wants to use that as a tool, as if they are glorifying the Tamil pride, which is not there, which is clearly we know that there are 100 other things to celebrate Tamil. Tamil only doesn't mean that only Sengal is the only Tamil story. BJP and the RSS think tank has always been trying to build some kind of narrative in Tamil Nadu on Tamil culture and others, which they are unable to do. They are still struggling to find any kind of connection with Tamil Nadu because they are not able to understand the DNA of Tamil Nadu. And to compare the Sengal with Chola Empire or the kingdom, all this is all BJP tried to do this kind of narrative, which is not working in Tamil Nadu. We are very clear that Sengal means on the king's rule. When a king rules, Sengal comes into picture. We are into a people's democracy. We believe in the people's verdict. And therefore, now there is no need for a Sengal here.
Okay. Mr. Tharoor, you know, this emphasis on constitutional monarchy by the opposition, constitutional democracy by the opposition party, is it also because you feel it has been of politically advantage for the opposition with the election of 2024 revolving around the constitution? Are you also raising this as you think this is a powerful counter to, or, you know, a unifier against the politics of the BJP?
It's a very important debate which is going on in this country because we have not started it. It is the BJP friends like Jyoti Mirda, like the Deputy Chief Minister of Rajasthan, in the election time has started it, that how, what they are going to do with the 400 par story. They will change the constitution narrative came from BJP. Therefore, that part, 400 par and the change of constitution came from BJP only. We are only realizing that Constitution is the thing on which we should all travel and we should respect Constitution. We on vote and affirmation also we take in the name of the Constitution only. We all believe that Constitution is the biggest thing for us as in the democratic structure. Therefore, this debate, monarchical mindset of the RSS think tank and the Constitution is always two different directions. But again, it has come on their own only. They are only created, they are only fallen into it.
Well, sir, also, what would your response be to this controversy? How do you see the response of BJP leaders such as Annamalai, who is the state president of the BJP, and the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, who have called it an insult to Tamil Adinams, the seers who were honoured as part of the inauguration of the new parliament during the installation of the Sengal, and also they are saying that it is an insult to Tamil symbols?
There are two things you are asked it. One is our friend Annamalai's words. Annamalai's words, he don't stand by his words itself. In your program, I think, or somebody else's program, he told that if 25% of votes, if they are not getting it in Tamil Nadu, he will quit the position itself. Therefore, for him, words, what he say and what he does is different things. Therefore, let us not take it seriously. Yogi Adityanath ji, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, sudden love for Tamils is unknown. Why this kind of fact? The same BJP made Tamilians as the villains in Orissa elections. They made, the Home Minister made, their whole campaign was against Tamil businessmen, Tamil workers, Tamil engineers taking over their jobs in Odisha. They always use these kind of sentiments against other people. They only try to divide and rule. They try to create a narrative that it is against Tamils, it is against Odia, it is against Hindi, all these kind of narratives. We believe that these kind of dramas will never work in Tamil Nadu. And Yogi Adityanath's sudden love for Tamil is well known. He is the only guy who comes to Tamil Nadu and speaks in Hindi, which our people doesn't understand. The common people doesn't understand Hindi there in Tamil Nadu. Therefore, we will only say that BJP and RSS plans to take Sengal into politics in Tamil Nadu is not at all working. We all know that that is always rejected in the ground in Tamil Nadu.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Manikam Tharoor, for joining us on this discussion. Well, the BJP also responded sharply to the ongoing controversy around the Sengal. Earlier today, I spoke to Minister of State of INB and Parliamentary Affairs at the Centre, L. Murugan, and this is what he said.
So
Sir, what do you think of the Samajwadi Party and the Congress saying that the Sengal or the scepter is not a symbol of constitutional democracy that India is?
First of all, I condemn this Samajwadi Party and the Samajwadi Party leaders and India Alliance partners. So they don't know about the Tamil culture. They don't know about the Tamil tradition. They don't know about the Tamil values. Sengal was kept in the parliament. So today also our president is going forward to the Sengal is going before our President of India. So it is pride of Tamilian.
Right.
It is pride of Tamil people. So like it's in each and every Tamil's pride this is. So the SP, Samajwadi Party or India Alliance people, they are against the Tamil tradition, they are against the Tamil culture, they are against the Tamil value. I strongly condemn this instance.
Okay, that was L. Murugan, MOS at the Centre on the Sengal controversy. Also joining me now is S. Gurumurthy, editor of the Tughlaq magazine. Thank you so much for speaking to us, sir. The emergency is back in the spotlight now with the Prime Minister, President and Speaker talking about it. And the opposition too is marching with copies of the Constitution. You have witnessed the emergency. In fact, you sort of played a role in anti-emergency protests as well. How do you see the latest controversy of a Samajwadi Party MP saying that the Sengal needs to be replaced with the Constitution in the Parliament in the Lok Sabha? What does the Sengal that was used by Chola kings actually mean for a democracy like India?
What does Satyameva Jayate have to do with Indian democracy? What is Yato Dharmas Tato Jayaha? What is Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha? What has these things to do with Indian democracy, constitution? This is the soul of the Indian Constitution. Indian Constitution is not a collection of words. If it were a collection of words, the Constitution that Mrs. Gandhi amended in 1976 and made it part of the Constitution on the 17th of December, where the Constitution could be amended by ordinary laws and it could not be questioned by court, that no one could approach the Supreme Court directly, that the state high courts cannot deal with central laws, that all organizations, including political parties, could be banned as unlawful associations, which would have led to the establishment of a single party rule. That would be the Constitution of India. What are these people talking about the Constitution without addressing what is its soul? So the soul of the Constitution did not originate on 26th January 1950. It has thousands of years of continuity. If Xi Jinping recalls 5,000-year Chinese culture and civilization, will we start on 26th January 1950? This is the extent of illiteracy that prevails in the Indian political discourse. The Congress is caught badly because this is the 50th anniversary of the emergency, and I am a personal participant in it in two ways. One, actually doing the underground movement, printing literature, supplying rations to people who are in jail, to the families. And as advisor to India, I joined almost at about the same time, advising the Indian Express and working with Goenka, fighting the cutting off electricity. And then Indian Express machinery, printing machinery was auctioned without the knowledge of Indian Express. They had come to remove. We had to go to the court to stay it. This is the excesses during the emergency. But what is more important is not the 21-year horror. Please understand. The media must understand, the country must understand, the political activists must understand, even the new crop of judges who have come in the court must understand that a permanent reconstitution of the Constitution was done on 17th December 1976 after assuring herself that it will be only an autocratic government and there will be only one party because she could ban all other parties. Mrs. Gandhi ordered elections. Advani, I received him in the Chennai railway station from Bangalore. In a small group, I asked him, Advaniji, what is our response? What he told me shook me. He said, Gurumurti ji, my problem is if we don't contest the elections, we are finished. Because that you guys can't even contest the elections against me. If we contest the elections and lose, which is more probable, then what all she said, including the 42nd Amendment, would be valid. Had that happened, had Janata Party not won, Mrs. Gandhi had won, what would be the constitution which Rahul Gandhi would be waving in the parliament today? Should the question not be posed to him? Pre-party. 30 years, this whole thing was done away with. Mrs. Gandhi came, she completely removed all the records about the emergency, including the Shaw Commission report. It is Ira Shayan, who had one copy of the Shaw Commission report. He applied under the RTA Act for Shaw Commission report. The government said no, no copy is available. So we had to reprint it. And the title is, it is available on the net, you can go through it. Shaw Commission report, lost and regained. Because of that one man, because one copy was available. That was released in Chennai by Advani and Cho Ramaswamy in the year 2010. So one record is available about what happened during the emergency. The most important thing is they wanted to perpetuate the emergency.
Okay.
It was not a 21-month-year aura. It was to be permanent.
Right. But sir, the opposition is also saying that the emergency happened 49 years ago and there's no use of driving a car by constantly looking at the rearview mirror. How do you respond to that?
First of all, the opposition itself is caught on that. They said it is an undeclared emergency. So we have to say what is declared emergency, what would happen in a declared emergency. So let us compare the undeclared emergency and the declared emergency. That you have been talking about undeclared emergency for the last 3 years, gentlemen. Now juxtapose the two. So opposition is caught. They said there is no democracy in this country. Every third day the Supreme Court is slapping the central government. And the Supreme Court, by giving one judgment, if it gives one judgment in favor of the government, a huge show, or the court has succumbed. So two judgments have to go against the government. This is how institutions are being distorted by wrong public discourse. So I think now it is better, the whole thing comes up again. Okay. You try to suppress it for 30 years, now you enjoy it.
Right. But sir, coming back to the Sengal, there is a side that believes while it is pertinent to emphasize on constitutional values, it's also important to remember that there is a nation that existed before independence as well, and hence it is very important to appreciate symbols of ancient India. But the reality today, Mr. Gurumurthy, is also that we are in a constitutional democracy. It's a constitution that's holding us together as equals, and the past may also have painful reminders of origins of caste discrimination or even feudal atrocities. Is that why every time symbols of ancient India, come into the spotlight, just as the Sengal, they are often seen very subjectively?
If the word dharma is accepted as part of the constitutional soul of India, the Sengal represents what is known as dharma dhanda. In fact, in Ramayana, there is an episode. Rama asks Vasishta, am I the supreme? Vasishta says he touches Rama's head thrice with Sengal and says, this is supreme. Rule of law is supreme. Dharma is supreme. Dharma is equal to the Constitution of India, and anyone who is the president or prime minister must be reminded by a symbol that this is the tradition from Ashoka's days. This is the tradition which was adopted by none other than the Congress party for symbolizing the... In fact, they try to trivialize it. They try to question it. It is completely established now that this did happen and it had this significance, but you wanted to trivialize it by making it into a walking stick. There also you were caught. So now what letter this Chaudhary has written let the Congress stand up and support it. They can't. So I can't say one MP writing is an opposition view. And now Congress has taken up this constitution, the emergency issue. How many parties are going to support it? Let us see. Misa Bharati's name still stands as testimony to what happened during the emergency. So I think the opposition cannot put its act together because each one of them is driven by extreme personal, party, caste, self-interest. Let them say these are the 4 points for which we are opposing Modi, and this is our alternative.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Kurumurthy. Always a pleasure to have you on my show. Thank you so much for joining us. Also joining us now is Salem Dharanidharan of the DMK and Anil Anthony of the BJP. Thank you so much for joining us. We have very less time to you. First, Dharanidharan, how do you see the Samajwadi Party actually talking about something which the DMK already said last year, that the Sengal is a symbol of the monarchs?
Firstly and foremost, it's appalling to me that we are still discussing about non-trivial issues when unemployment is on a record high, youths are not having job, inflation is high, the rural consumption has hit 3-decade high. We need to be speaking about development. I think the BJP still has not learned its lesson and wants to talk about untrivial things, wants to talk about history, emergency, etc., etc. I know emergency was wrong, but still it's done. They've apologized, we are forgiven, so on and so forth. Now let's talk about development. I think if Modi 1 and 2 was about Nehru, I think Modi 3 is going to be about Indira Gandhi and nothing about development. Having said it, we live in a democratic country. Sengal is called a spectre. Right? Even in UK, when the king took charge from the queen, then the spectre was transferred. But what is Sengal? Sengal means a good rule of a king. But we are currently a democratic country. That's point number one. And secondly, Sengal signifies good rule. But here we have Kodungol. In Tamil, Kodungol means horrible rule. So it doesn't make sense. And thirdly, the Sengal which was placed in the new parliament has depiction of has a religious connotation to it. We live in a secular country. How can you have something in the parliament that has a specific religious connotation to it? And also in a democracy, what is supreme is the constitution, and which is why we're insisting that we need to have the constitution of India and not the spectre which is the Sengal.
Okay.
And that I think it is very clear. In fact, you know what? When the Sengal was kept in the parliament on the day one, minister made a tweet saying the Sengal is already bent.
Okay. Let me take Anil Anthony's comment to that. Anil, what would you have to say to that? Does the Sengal have a religious connotation to it, and is that how we see the Sengal?
Thank you, Vasudha. The last few days, it's only 3 days since the parliament session has started. And in this 3 days, already we have seen that the opposition, the India Alliance, the Congress Party, the Samajwadi Party, the first 3 days itself, they have showed all the disregard they have for democratic practices, our democratic values, the manner they were all. Many of them were opposed to the resolution of the emergency. And today there is an opposition to the Sengal also. Unlike what many of the eminent members in our opposition think, the Sengal is not just some kingly spectre that is taken around by the king to show his power and authority. It has a lot of deep-rooted meaning that is entwined in our civilizational country. Alongside, again, I heard my esteemed panelists say that there is less focus on development, etc. The last 10 years, India had seen unprecedented growth under the leadership of our Prime Minister. And again, we have a very clear vision to transform ourselves into a fully developed country by 2047. Right. But alongside this unprecedented growth, we, the Bharatiya Janata Party, the NDA also recognizes the fact that we are a civilizational country. We are a country with deep-rooted civilizational culture and ethos. And we are also reclaiming that. So that is something which we are proudly doing as a coalition and as a government. Now let me come to the Sengal. This Sengal. So unlike what many in the opposition believe, this is not just some scepter that is shown around by the king. It has a lot of deep-rooted meaning. There is a long...
So interpretations differ. I'm sorry, I'm running short of time. Thank you so much, both of you, for joining me. So clearly interpretations of symbols also differ, as does politics, depending on whose side, who's on. That's all we have for you on this show. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
वैसे स्मार्ट से याद आया, स्मार्टफोन्स हम सभी देखते हैं। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, दिस हैज द Qualcomm Snapdragon 8s Gen 3 which is based on 4nm। आपने सुना होगा ना अक्सर ऐसा 4nm, 5nm, 3nm। What is this nm if I were to tell you? Well, पता है क्या है? यहाँ पे nm is a nanometer. It's basically a unit of length. ये होता है 1 मीटर का 1 billionth। जी हाँ, 1 billionth। और यहाँ पे I mean the smaller is better because all these companies, all these chip manufacturing companies, they are trying to squeeze in.
This is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the news. I'm Gargi Rawat. Up ahead, major protests over the entire NEET controversy. The opposition will raise the issue in Parliament tomorrow. Also a row over the Sengal in Parliament. Why not replace it with the Constitution, says a Samajwadi Party MP. All that and more coming ahead. Let's take a look at the headlines at this hour. The opposition India bloc plans to bring adjournment motions on the NEET row in both houses of Parliament tomorrow. The Education Minister may respond as NSUI protesters storm the office of the National Testing Agency. The CBI also made its first arrests in the paper leak case in Bihar. In her address to the joint houses of Parliament, President Draupadi Murmu spoke on emergency, calling it the biggest attack on the Constitution. This as the Congress has written to the Speaker over his mention of emergency in his remarks yesterday in the Lok Sabha. A row erupts over the Sengal in Parliament. Remove the Sengal, a Samajwadi Party MP demands, says it symbolizes royal diktat, while the minister retorts saying it's the pride of every Tamilian. Former Karnataka Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa has been named in a POCSO case. He's been named in the charge sheet on a minor's assault. The CID has filed this charge sheet against the former Chief Minister as well as 3 others who've been charged with destroying evidence. And another day, another high for the stock markets. The Sensex and Nifty both hit lifetime highs, with the Nifty crossing 24,000. Sensex passed 79,000. And a mega opening at the box office for futuristic dystopian drama Kalki 2898 AD, boasting a massive star cast. Will it break Bahubali box office records? Our top story now in the opposition India bloc plan to bring an adjournment motions on the NEET row in both houses of parliament tomorrow. The decision was taken at a meeting of alliance parties at the residence of Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge. Now, according to sources, the government is ready to answer every question from the opposition on this entire controversy. Let's go across to Akhilesh for more. And Akhilesh, the education minister Dharmendra Pradhan may intervene when the issue is brought up.
That's correct. In fact, the government says that it has nothing to hide as far as the NEET issue is concerned. They are saying that they have taken the necessary steps. First, the DG was sacked. All the cases pertaining to the NEET leakage, they were handed over to the CBI. And apart from that, a high-level committee under the chairmanship of former ISRO chief, Mr. Radhakrishnan, was appointed, and the committee already had a meeting, and within a fortnight, they are going to consult all the students and their parents, and then they will come up with a mechanism to have robust and transparent examination system. So all the necessary steps have been taken, and the CBI is already on its work. We have seen that how across the country, various places, the CBI is conducting raids. Many people have been arrested, and the government says it has nothing to hide, so it is ready to answer all the questions which are being raised by the opposition parties. But we have seen, Gargi, in the past 2 days how the opposition has been very aggressive on this particular issue. Even today, when the president was giving her speech, that point of time when she was talking about the students' welfare and their future, some opposition MPs actually raised the issue of NEET, and she had to intervene and said that you have to listen to her first. So this shows very clearly that opposition is very aggressive on this issue, and they want to pin down the government. And the government but also says that if the need arises, then Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan, the education minister, can intervene during the discussion on motion of thanks to the president's speech.
All right, Akhilesh, thanks so much for joining us there. And yes, opposition very aggressive on the NEET issue. In fact, not just in Parliament tomorrow, but on the streets today. There were dramatic scenes at the office of the National Testing Agency as members of the Congress's student wing, NSUI, barged inside the office, raising "Shut Down NTA" slogans. The NTA, remember, is at the center of this raging controversy over NEET and the UGC NET. Earlier, Congress youth wing had also protested at Jantar Mantar. And as Akhilesh mentioned there, the probe is also continuing, and the CBI made its first arrest in the NEET UG paper leak case in Bihar, detaining 2 individuals from Patna identified as Manish Kumar and Ashutosh. Now, according to CBI sources, Manish Kumar facilitated the transportation of students and is suspected of providing the use of an empty school where at least 24 students were given the leak paper and memorized it, while Ashutosh provided lodging for the students at his residence. The 2 men had been called by the agency for questioning on Thursday, and they were arrested after that. Now, President Draupadi Murmu, in her address to a joint sitting of Parliament today, did speak on the NEET controversy for the first time, saying that those accused will get the strictest punishment. She also spoke about the emergency as the biggest attack on the Constitution. This as there's a raging row between the government and opposition over the emergency and protecting the Constitution. The Congress today has written to the Speaker, Om Birla, over his mentioning of the emergency during his first address after being re-elected in Parliament yesterday.
भारत का संविधान बीते दशकों में हार कसौटी पर खरा उतरा है। 25 जून 1975 को लागू हुआ आपातकाल संविधान पर सीधे हमले का सबसे बड़ा और काला अध्याय था। मुझे विश्वास है कि वे लोकतांत्रिक
President Draupadi Murmu's address to the joint session of Parliament added fire to the BJP's emergency offensive against the Congress.
तो पूरे देश में हाहाकार मच गया था, लेकिन ऐसी असंवैधानिक ताकतों पर देश ने विजय प्राप्त करके दिखाया, क्योंकि भारत के मूल में गणतंत्र की परंपराएं रही है।
The President's remarks came in the backdrop of a heated BJP versus opposition face-off over the emergency. While central ministers led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi have stressed on the horrors of the emergency imposed by the Indira Gandhi government, the Congress and its allies have said an undeclared emergency is in force over the past 10 years of the Narendra Modi government.
The President's remarks also plays out in the context of opposition's constitutional push.
in demonstrations outside the house and proceedings inside. It was the opposition MPs who were seen holding the copies of the constitution and also accusing the ruling party for undermining it.
I regret that the real issues of India was covered up by the Honorable President in her speech. This shows the government's intention that they don't want to address the real issues.
इतिहास नहीं है, उन लोगों से पूछो जिनकी जवानी के बेहतरीन 19 महीने जेल की कोठरी में।
The emergency issue lingered beyond the president's address, with the Congress writing this letter to Speaker Om Birla, saying his reference to the emergency on Wednesday impacted the credibility of Parliament.
I had informed the Honourable Speaker, it could have been avoided from the Speaker's reference. Because that is clearly a political reference, it could have been avoided.
The President's address also touched upon the burning issue of NEET exam irregularities. The government, she said, is fully committed to ensuring the guilty are punished.
सरकारी भर्ती हो या फिर परीक्षाएं, सुनिए परीक्षाएं किसी भी कारण से इनमें रुकावट आए ये उचित नहीं है। इनमें शुचिता और पारदर्शिता बहुत जरूरी है। हाल ही में कुछ परीक्षाओं में हुई पेपर लीक की घटनाओं की निष्पक्ष जांच और दोषियों को कड़ी से कड़ी सजा दिलवाने के लिए मेरी सरकार प्रतिबद्ध है।
President Murmu's address referred to the need for Parliament to run smoothly. The President spoke of the Lok Sabha polls in Jammu and Kashmir, calling it a big success. She also listed the Modi government's scheme for farmer welfare and efforts, she said, have helped India become the fastest growing major economy in the world. Bureau Report, NDTV.
A Samajwadi Party MP's demand to remove the Sengal from Parliament has sparked a controversy. He wrote to Speaker Om Birla asking for the Sengal to be replaced by a copy of the Constitution, calling it a symbol of royal diktat, a Raja ka Danda. His demand was backed by the Congress, but the BJP hit back, saying it's an insult to the people of the South, while a Union Minister Murugan spoke to NDTV, calling the Sengal the pride of every Tamilian.
लोकतंत्र का जो प्रतीक है वो संविधान है, लेकिन बीजेपी सरकार ने, खासतौर जो पिछली सरकार है, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में उस संसद भवन में जहां स्पीकर बैठते हैं दाहिनी तरफ सेंगोल स्थापित कर दिया है। सेंगोल तमिल भाषा का शब्द है, उसका हिंदी माने है राजदंड, राजदंड का और हिंदी माने है राजा की छड़ी, राजा की छड़ी का और माने है राजा का डंडा। तो अब देश संविधान से लेगा, न कि राजा का डंडा चलेगा। तो इसलिए हमारी मांग है कि अगर लोकतंत्र बचाना है तो संसद भवन से सेंगोल को हटाना है।
मुझे लगता है कि हमारे सांसद इसलिए कह रहे होंगे कि जब पहली बार लगा था तो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बाकायदा प्रणाम किया था। इस बार शपथ लेते समय शायद वो भूल गए, उसी को याद दिलाने के लिए लगता है मेरे पार्टी के सांसद ने कुछ इस तरह का पत्र लिखा है।
तो आपकी क्या राय है?
नहीं, देखिए जो राय उस समय मेरी थी मैंने ट्वीट किया था। आप मेरी राय आर्काइव से निकाल करके सब चैनलों पे चलाइए।
तो अब अभी जो है रहना चाहिए, अभी रहना चाहिए।
मैंने क्या कहा जब प्रधानमंत्री जी ही प्रणाम करना भूल गए तो इसका मतलब उनकी भी इच्छा कुछ और होगी।
They have been very clear that the Sengal is an identification of a king, and this kind of kingdom is all over long ago, and we are in a people's democracy, and we should celebrate the people's democracy, and we should celebrate the constitution.
So the BJP is saying that it's an insult for Tamil Nadu.
BJP is insulting Tamil Nadu every day by not giving Tamils their due right, Tamils their due share in power, due share in the revenue. That is the insult of Tamil Nadu.
First of all, I condemn this Samajwadi Party and the Samajwadi Party leaders and India Alliance partners. So they don't know about the Tamil culture. They don't know about the Tamil tradition. They don't know about the Tamil values. So it is pride of Tamilian. Right. It is pride of Tamil people So like it's in each and every Tamil's pride this is. So the SP, Samajwadi Party or India Alliance people, they are against the Tamil tradition, they are against the Tamil culture, they are against the Tamil value. I strongly condemn this instance.
Fresh trouble for former Karnataka Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa. The state police's CID filed a charge sheet naming him and 3 others in a case filed under the Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act, that's POXO. The BJP leader is accused of touching a 17-year-old girl inappropriately when she and her mother went to meet him at his house earlier in the year to seek his help. The survivor's mother had filed a case under POXO in March.
Well, this definitely gains a lot of significance as far as BJP veteran B.S. Yediyurappa is concerned, because we are talking of a case that surfaced in February where a mother had accused Yediyurappa of allegedly sexually assaulting her minor daughter. Later, the mother passed away, but then the brother took over the matter and tried to pursue this particular case, which was then handed over to the CID. What is also significant is that Yediyurappa has already been granted anticipatory bail by the Karnataka High Court, and now, as per the procedure, the CID has filed the charge sheet. Some of the interesting details that emerge from the charge sheet, according to sources, is the fact that it is not just Yediyurappa who's been named in the charge sheet, but there are 3 others as well who seem to have been allegedly involved in destroying evidence based on the instruction given by Mr. Yediyurappa there. Now, most of the other details would emerge only later, but then all eyes are on how this legal procedure as well as the investigative details will drive Mr. Yediyurappa in terms of what kind of a setback or more trouble that it would bring to Mr. Yediyurappa there. All eyes are also on reactions that we could pick up from the Yediyurappa's camp. As of now, most of them absolutely being tight-lipped at this moment here, because all of them are really looking at the prospects of the election and going forward, especially with Mr. Vijayendra taking forward with the BJP's mantle here in Karnataka. Most of them are keeping quiet on this matter, but then all eyes are on the impact that the legal procedure and the investigation would have on a veteran like Mr. Yediyurappa here in Karnataka. Back to you.
A huge setback there for the former Chief Minister. Now, news from Tamil Nadu. And AIADMK legislators led by Party General Secretary Edappadi K. Palaniswamy today undertook a day-long hunger strike demanding a CBI probe into the Kallakurichi hooch tragedy. The MLAs also protested against denial of permission by the Speaker to raise the issue in the Assembly. Remember, over 60 people have died in this tragedy. Legislators were suspended from the House on Wednesday after they continued to create a ruckus demanding the issue be taken up. As the monsoon intensifies in Bengaluru, dengue cases have risen significantly in the last 2 months, recording a 400% jump. The city has seen 1,036 cases in June alone, and this has set the alarm bells ringing.
Karnataka has witnessed a sudden spike in dengue cases. What was 200 cases in the summer months turned into 797 in May and 1,036 in June, putting Bengaluru city on guard. 20-year-old Debarjo Basubal is one among those affected by dengue. A sudden fever brought his platelets down drastically, and he is now on his road to recovery.
It was worse. My parents had to come down, and I live in a PG here, and I thought it's a very clean PG, which it moderately is, but then the water that accumulates, you never know how dirty the water is, how dirty your surrounding actually is, what leads to the rise of these kind of mosquitoes, and you never even know what kind of mosquitoes lead to dengue. So I think I needed to be a little bit more clean, and I needed to be a little bit more careful.
Addressing the sudden surge in cases, CM Siddaramaiah called for a meeting with officials of the Civic Department and Health. Chief Civic Commissioner, who was also affected by dengue last week, said that the municipal corporation will be holding a survey across 14 lakh houses to destroy dengue breeding areas.
Because of intermittent rain and conducive temperature of 26 to 30 degrees, the breeding and the mosquitoes numbers have gone high. So we have to now pull in our all resources and intensify our survey work. Survey work is very important.
From January to May, dengue cases in Bengaluru jumped by 59% as compared to 2023. Karnataka has recorded 5,374 cases, 5 deaths till date this year. Bengaluru has witnessed 2,447 cases till date this year. More cases reported from Bengaluru, Chikmagaluru, Mysuru, Haveri, Shivamogga, Chitradurga and Dakshin Kannada districts. More than 40% of 50 patients walking into hospitals with fever are reportedly testing positive for dengue, say doctors.
First things is that the rains are going to be around, so we cannot prevent that. So what can we do for that? Make sure that the area where you stay is maintained with good hygiene. There is no treatment for dengue. It's a virus and it's only symptomatic. So when I say symptomatic, if a patient is having fever, you treat for fever. If a patient is having body pain, you treat for body pains.
While the government must initiate efforts in destroying mosquito breeding areas and boosting treatment measures, the onus is also on you and me to ensure our surroundings are clean and to keep dengue at bay. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
All right, let's now get you a check on the monsoon until where it has advanced. And Delhi, in fact, has got pre-monsoon showers. Rain lashed parts of Delhi, Mumbai and Odisha as the southwest monsoon is advancing. The IMD has said the monsoon will arrive in the capital by the weekend and there will be heavy rain starting tomorrow. Rainfall is varying across the country and heavy rain is expected in the west and northeast India. In fact, in Kerala, schools and colleges will be shut tomorrow as there is orange and yellow alerts for multiple districts of Kerala.
We expect that within the next 2 to 3 days, monsoon will advance further into more parts of Bengal, Jharkhand, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, Haryana as well as Rajasthan. 29th onwards, 29th and 30th, we are expecting heavy rainfall over Delhi. Of course, we will be updating it daily. Heat waves have abated from the entire country. We are not seeing currently any record of heat wave throughout the country.
And a look at the stock markets and a new day and a new high. The Nifty and Sensex hit fresh lifetime highs today. The Sensex crossed 79,000 while the Nifty crossed 24,000. Sakshi Bajaj with the details.
Another day, another high for India stock markets. We've seen both the benchmark indices hit a fresh high with the Nifty crossing the 24,000 level and the Sensex surpassing 79,000 for the first time ever. Financials and IT have been outperforming as sectors. We've seen the Nifty Bank really also hit and cross that 53,000 level altogether. So a record high there. Experts believe strong economic fundamentals and a continuation of the policy framework as well as reform agendas on the horizon are boosting investor sentiment altogether. They also feel that going forward in the medium to long term, a normal monsoon will help the FMCG sector and the rural economy.
And finally, some entertainment news. Huge expectations from Kalki 2898 AD that hit screens today. It's billed as India's most expensive film at 600 crore and with a galaxy of stars like Prabhas, Amitabh Bachchan, Deepika Padukone, Kamal Hassan. Experts are asking if it'll create a sensation and bring in the moolah like Bahubali, RRR and Pushpa.
मैं आज तक एक फाइट नहीं
Pre-dawn excitement at Hyderabad's IMAX multiplex that was hosting a 5:30 a.m. screening of Kalki 2898 AD.
The world building was just top-notch, the dialogues, the comedic. I mean, Prabhas is back.
It's the most electrifying movie coming from an Indian filmmaker. Nag Ashwin has done every Indian proud, especially Telugus. I think the highlight of the film is it's 180 minutes of unbridled, electrifying entertainment.
Fans said they were overwhelmed with the Kalki universe that came alive on screen in the mythological science fiction action thriller.
Why can't we make such kind of films is what we hear when we watch a English film. I mean, multiverse, DC Comics, Marvel. I think in that sense, this film has used technology so well.
Yeah, it crossed everyone's expectations. Definitely, I think best film in the past few years. Prabhas is back.
A star attraction at the theatre was Bujji. a futuristic vehicle specially made for the film.
This is a vehicle that in fact plays the sidekick to the rebel star Prabhas, and this is the very seat in which he sits, and all the action sequences actually follow. This is the steering wheel, and it's supposed to not just be a vehicle that will take you at high speed, it's able to fly as well, and it does all those multiple things which we perhaps only can imagine in a future.
Nag Ashwin's 600 crore film that stars Amitabh Bachchan, Prabhas, Deepika Padukone and Kamal Haasan already had huge advance bookings.
जब शूट कर रहे थे हम लोग तो हमें मालूम नहीं पड़ रहा था कि ये क्या हो रहा है, क्योंकि जो VFX और जो सारे के सब जो चीज़ें पूरी बाद में जो डली हैं उसमें फिल्म में, तो उसकी हमें उम्मीद नहीं थी. हम सिर्फ ग्रीन पे शूट करते हैं. उस वक्त इतना नहीं लग रहा था. अब जब देखा स्क्रीन पे अपने आप को तो माइंड ब्लोइंग.
Unlike Amitabh Bachchan, who gets a full-fledged role, Kamal Haasan's screen presence is rather limited. But then you needed someone like a Kamal Haasan, no ordinary actor, to be able to play that challenger to God. And yes, of course, there is going to be that sequel where you can expect confrontation scenes between a Kamal Haasan and an Amitabh Bachchan and also the rebel star. More to come in part 2. With Abira and Prashant in Mumbai, with camera person Nagaraju, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
इस बार मैं प्रिपेयर होके आया हूँ. आजा.
Well, Uma certainly had fun filing that report, and with that, it's a wrap from me. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The opposition India bloc plans to bring in adjournment motions on the NEET row in both houses of Parliament tomorrow. The Education Minister may respond. In her address to the joint houses of Parliament, President Draupadi Murmu spoke on the emergency, calling it the biggest attack on the Constitution. A row erupts over the Sengal in Parliament after Samajwadi Party MP writes and says, please remove the Sengal and replace it with the Constitution. A union minister retorts, pride of every Tamilian. And a huge setback for former Karnataka Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa, as he's named in a POXO case, and he's named in the charge sheet which is filed by the CID today.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है. तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है. बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे. पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया, One World Hygiene.
It's time for the favorite section जिसका मैं इंतजार करता हूँ हमेशा. It's called Ask TG and यहाँ पे I answer all your questions. Let's see what we have for this week. Okay, two things. One, that maybe the kind of work that you are doing on your laptop is more demanding now, जो शायद आप एक साल पहले ना करते हो. That's the reason that the system is under load and fan चल रहा है just to keep it, below a certain temperature. Second thing, because it's a sunny, day, usually that we see that the temperatures are going really high, तो हो सकता है because the ambient temperatures are hot in your surrounding, आपका लैपटॉप जो है वो काम कर रहा है just to stay cool. Third scenario, again, quite common जो हो सकता है वो ये कि maybe there's some dust inside. Maybe the system, ventilation is not proper and the vents are clogged. तो एक बार अगर आपने आप लैपटॉप को ओपन कर सकते हैं, the lower panel, तो आपको अंदर दिखेगा how exactly is the condition. आप एक air blower से, just get rid of all the dust or all the lint जो कई बार when we use the laptop just on the bed तो it attracts all that, vents are usually closed, तो extra जोर लगाता है system, it overheats and produces all these issues. So that's it. 3 scenarios and I've given you all the solutions. So yeah, I think now you can enjoy your laptop without that extreme fan.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching The Last Word. I'm Rishika Barua. A Reuters investigation has alleged that Foxconn, the company that manufactures iPhones in India, excludes married women from jobs at its main India iPhone plant near Chennai. The report, which suggests a huge gender bias at Foxconn, says the company openly discriminates against married women, citing their greater family responsibilities compared to unmarried women. The report also reveals a problem with the jewelry work that was worn by married women, specifically married Hindu women, as interfering with the production process. The news agency says they spoke to at least 17 employees from the hiring agency in India that work for Foxconn and also claim that current and former Foxconn human resource executives have confirmed that the company is indeed biased against women. Reuters also found a dozen job advertisements by Foxconn's third-party recruiters, and their WhatsApp discussions apparently explicitly state a requirement for young, unmarried women. The report also says that Foxconn did acknowledge lapses in the hiring process back in 2022 and claimed to have fixed the issues. But over the investigation that was carried out by the news agency that spanned almost a year, it appears that the manufacturing giant has failed to address the instances of bias. Now, Foxconn is believed to have responded to this report, and in an internal note to the government, they've claimed that 25% of new hires are women. This is what the company is claiming, clearly rubbishing the claims that have been made in this report. But the larger question that we're looking at tonight is, what can women do if they are discriminated at work? While there is no specific provision in the law, women can seek justice in either labor or industrial tribunals by essentially going ahead and filing a suit. On the show tonight, we'll also ask what a story like this means for the larger fight for inclusivity. There was a dip in participation of women in the workforce. Is this just another story that highlights what appears to be a rather routine rot in the system, where bias against women, especially married women or working mothers, runs deep? Joining me on the show this evening, Karuna Nandi, Senior Advocate of the Supreme Court, Kasturi Shankar, actor and social activist, Sonika Aaron, CEO of Marching Sheep, she's also a gender inclusion expert, and Satya Mule, an advocate of the Supreme Court, who is an expert when it comes to labour laws. I'd also like to highlight at the outset that no representative of the DMK government in the state or the central government agreed to be a part of this discussion. I want to, however, first go across to my colleague Sam Daniel, who's joining us from Chennai at the moment. This is, of course, a plant that is very close to Chennai, Sam. And while the state government has declined to officially join this debate or have a conversation around it, what are you picking up from your sources in the government? How are they looking at this entire expose?
Well, senior bureaucrats I spoke to off record, Rishika, they say Foxconn employs more than 30,000 women, and a significant portion of them are married women. And they concede Foxconn denies accommodation, dormitory-like accommodation for married women. It provides only for single women. And so far, they say the government has not received any complaint either from present or past workers working with Foxconn. And they say, technically, even assuming this to be true, it does not violate any Indian labour laws. For a specific question, whether is the government okay with this kind of a discrimination against married women on the basis of their marital status, they say, well, we go only by the rule book, the Indian labour law as a guiding light, and according to that, it's not a violation yet. And they say the way political parties or even the ruling dispensation may look at this could be different, but according to law, at the moment they say there's no violation. And they point out that Tamil Nadu accounts for more than 42% of the registered women workers in industries. And this, they say, endorses that Tamil Nadu has a conducive atmosphere for women to work. Whether this would mean that they condone what could be an alleged violation by Foxconn, that's something we'll have to wait and watch. But we could expect a nuanced, politically correct statement from the government either tonight or tomorrow. And the Labour Department is expected to give its report to the central government on the broad lines of what I explained to you either tomorrow or the day after.
All right. Well, these are very interesting facts of the matter. The fact that, the housing that is provided to women employees is something that is only provided to unmarried women is also a very important point that you're highlighting. We're awaiting any kind of an official word from either the Government of India or the state government in Tamil Nadu. Thanks very much, Sam, for joining us with that piece of information. We will, of course, try and get an official reaction to the story. So far, all of the officials we've spoken to have declined to comment. But let me begin this conversation with the question that Sam also raised, which is about what happens legally in a case like this, and then we'll talk about the larger question of whether this is a routine rot or whether this is a bias that actually runs deeper. Satya Mule, advocate of the Supreme Court, is with us. He's an expert in this particular field. Satya, thanks very much for being with us. I wanted to ask you, what is the law for any woman who's watching this broadcast tonight who has been discriminated against on grounds of her marital status or on grounds of gender? What is the kind of recourse, if at all, is available to that woman to take this up with her employer?
Well, this is a very peculiar case. What we can say here is that Section 5 of Equal Remuneration Act of 1976 provides that there shall be no discrimination on various grounds, which also includes opportunities in employment. So this clarifies the position in Indian law. Having said this, there are over 200 to 225 state laws, and these particular situations create various confusion in the minds of employers as well as the what we can say employees. But nothing prohibits an individual or a person who feels that he or she has been discriminated to seek justice under Article 14 of the Constitution of India. In this particular case, definitely if a class, that is married women, have been discriminated, then they can seek justice with at first level with the regional labor commissioner, citing to him if there is a trend in discrimination against the married woman, debarring them or prohibiting them from joining this kind of opportunity at the Foxconn's facility, then in this particular case, the labor commissioner, regional labor commissioner can act upon it. There are powers vested in the regional labor commissioner.
Right.
And definitely an action can be taken against the particular facility.
All right. But apart from the fact that, women have to either approach the labor tribunal or the industrial tribunal, there's no recourse or no provision per se in the law which says that, this is a provision in the law that can essentially fight gender bias at the workspace. Karuna Nandi is also with us. Karuna Nandi, I want to get in a word from you because this is a story that, that many would say highlights a larger rot in the system or highlights intrinsic biases in the system that only really come to light when an investigation or an expose to this tune is carried out. In this case, a journalists who've done the investigation were working on this particular case for over a year, and they've sort of, gotten versions from not just people who were affected, but also from employers, also from ex-employees within Foxconn. So it's quite a detailed investigation that has been carried out. Is there any provision in the law, or is this just a huge lacuna that we don't have a law which protects women from gender bias or discrimination at the workplace? Karuna Nandi. Okay, I believe we've lost that line with Karuna Nandi. We're going to try and reconnect with her in just a bit. Let me just then shift gears. Kasturi Shankar, if I can come to you at this moment, what's been highlighted in this detailed report is absolutely shocking, but many would say also rather routine. How do you look at these developments and the fact that so far the government of the state as well as the centre have remained silent on the issue?
Well, let me start by expressing my extreme anguish because I'm from Chennai. Sri Perumbudur is in Chennai. It's literally a satellite town of Chennai, and Foxconn has been functioning there for, I believe, 5 years plus now. And it was touted as a big deal and an employment hub. And to realize today, because of this expose, that all of that hoopla doesn't do anything to change the status of how women are being perceived in my own homeland, it's heartbreaking for me. Because this was a ticket to, people see women as chattel that they can own, pass on as property, use as some kind of objects, use as, they only look at the work potential. They forget that the number of women, maximum number of women who need to actually come out and work are people who are working mothers. Children are the number one reason why women actually choose to work after marriage. And I learned from the report that there is not even a provision for childcare in this organization. Yes. And the saddest part of it, and this is as an advocate myself, I tell you the saddest part is Foxconn has so many loopholes to just get away scot-free. You know why? Because they will throw the entire blame on the recruitment companies. They're going to say, we contracted out the recruitment, the requirements, everything. We didn't interfere in that. We didn't tell them anything. They're going to tell that even though the expose states otherwise with evidence, Foxconn is going to completely deny any culpability. They're going to say, we didn't know what the recruitment agencies were doing.
Yeah. And I think also what's important here is the fact that all of this is verbal communication, as it is in most such cases. Nobody is going to give it in writing saying that, you haven't got the job, or we're not hiring you because, you're a married woman because of your marital status or because of your gender. Sonika, Aaron, if I can bring you into the conversation here, if we just look at the law once again, it's very interesting because the labor law actually doesn't clarify on any sort of provision to protect women. But at the same time, what the law does is that it mandates paid leave for childbirth, it mandates insurance policies for pregnant women, And sacking of a woman on account of pregnancy is again something that is prohibited under the law. So there is a fair bit of culpability that does rest with the employer. Do you believe that it is these provisions that have led to this kind of a bias?
On the contrary, let me put it this way, okay? So the law, I think, is there to drive a certain level of enablement for the workforce, whether it is men or women, okay? So when Foxconn says that we have 70% women, of which 25% are married women, the question then comes is that have we provided for childcare? Have we provided for transport? Have we provided for shelter? Have we provided for medical rooms and so on and so forth? The law also, if I just take a step back from the law and talk about the fundamental right of equality, if I talk about the fundamental right to be employed without any kind of discrimination, then here, why are we even talking about the law? Why are we even talking about industrial relations? Why aren't we saying that if a woman, irrespective of whether she is married, whether she is single, whether she has a child, she is coming for work, she is capable of delivering, should she be given the equal right to be interviewed and then given the job if she meets the requirements?
Okay.
And then should she be enabled to do her job well? I think this is the question that we need to answer, Rishika, rather than, what is the punishment, or should we...
No, these are larger fundamental
these are larger
questions. And if these are larger fundamental questions that of course must be answered. But I'm talking about the nitty-gritties on, the way the law works. Are there certain provisions in the law, while they are welcome provisions and must be enforced, is it those provisions that are hindering the growth and development of women or the employability of women? That was a larger point that I was going to come to. But we have Karuna Nandi back with us. And I wanted to ask you the question that I was asking you when we lost the line with you, is the fact that there's absolutely nothing in the law that protects women from gender bias. Do you consider that to be a huge lacuna?
There is, actually. Article 15 of the Constitution, 15(2) of the Constitution is very clear that no shop or establishment can discriminate on the basis of a number of different things, including gender, right? And so therefore, in Nargish Mirza's case, when she sued Air India, she was an air hostess, and they were discriminating against married women. And the court was very clear. She sued in 1981. The court was very clear that, look, Article 15, it protects you, and you cannot, in such a situation, Air India, discriminate. In another case, and this was quite interesting, this was the case of Anuj Garg. In the case of Anuj Garg, there were bartenders, both girls and boys, and it discriminated against the girls and said that you can't be bartenders. It was a kind of protective sort of paternalistic sort of move. Okay. And this was struck down by the Supreme Court. So there is law. Let us not think that there is not law. There is not just law, there is the Constitution of India that prohibits discrimination. Let us be clear about that.
But the larger question, Karuna Nandi, therefore, is that apart from going to an industrial tribunal or a legal tribunal, women don't have another recourse that is available. You can't just file a complaint at a cop station or initiate legal action. It's a complicated process to be able to take on this bias. And in this case, when we're talking about the labor force, and we're talking about the bias that's been exposed in this particular case, which is against the labor force, it becomes all the more difficult. I mean, these women have absolutely no recourse readily available to them except for maybe, WhatsApp conversations, or maybe not even that, because they've just been verbally told that this is the case. I mean, in this case, if you read the investigation, it says that even the auto driver who drove these women to the particular unit said that, married women are not employed here. So that's how readily available this information is, but yet there's no evidence.
Yeah, so Ms. Barua, you have a couple of points that you're making. Let's pass them, right? The first point you're making is that the remedy which exists in the Constitution of India, that belongs to every woman in this country, is not accessible, right? And the second point you're making is that evidence is hard to supply. Now, let's address both points. With regard to the first point, the Prevention of Sexual Harassment Act has provided a structure that is, and let us be clear, this is only in the formal sector, right?
Yes.
Provided a remedy to those in the formal sector. That is very easily accessible. There are questions about its fairness because internal committees tend to be biased because of the structure, but at least it exists. So what we've been doing when we are asked to create a policy is asking the company, would you prefer to make an equality policy rather than just preventing sexual harassment? Now, why is that? Because if somebody touches you on the shoulder and says, hey, baby, right, you have a remedy.
Yes.
But if somebody says you're a complete idiot and you're completely useless because you're a woman, then
yes,
company is suffering, you are suffering, the bottom line is suffering, and there's nowhere to go.
Yes.
So leaders in various industries like Penguin Random House, like also The Wire, have now, pursued this path. So Penguin Random House in particular, actually, there's a very strong and progressive equality policy. And also when we do the workshops, we kind of break down gender in the sense of, we ask the men to think about their gender and how that is operated for them, right? Initially, sometimes you get, because it's, Penguin Random House, you get a lot of guilt. So we're saying like, no, it's not about the guilt. How do you think it operates for you? And then you get these very aha moments where they're open to listening to the women. And it's transformative because then people can actually talk to each other about what works, what doesn't. But there's also a penal element.
Yes.
Which is that if somebody discriminates against a woman because she's pregnant, because she's wearing whatever, because she's wearing a hijab or because she's wearing a Mangal Sutra or whatever it is, right? And it's not interfering with her work. Then there is some kind of remedy that's very easily accessible. Now, when it comes to evidence, we also actually train for that, which is that there are Supreme Court judgments to say that simultaneous evidence is of sterling quality. For example, if you have been sexually harassed, right, if you immediately tell somebody, or if you tell 3 people, and you also say write to somebody about it, even if you are not making a complaint, then that is evidence.
Okay.
Right?
I think some of what you've said is very useful. Like I said at the very outset, that we're having this conversation because there probably are viewers who felt this or been through this, but perhaps don't understand that there is actually recourse available, or if so, what is the recourse that is available. But I'll come back to you, Sonika, on the larger hiring question. And this is like I said at the very outset, is this one of those investigations or one of those cases that has highlighted what is a routine bias? As somebody who works closely in the sector, I want to understand from you, do these biases play up even now when women are hired, whether it's marital status or whether it's, hiring women who have children? Does age play up as a factor? How real is the rot, whether documented or undocumented?
So the biases are very much real. And nobody is going to document it. Nobody is going to say that we have a policy of not hiring women. And what you said that, when the maternity act was extended from 3 months to 6 months, there was a backlash, right? Today, people do say that it is very difficult to give feedback to women in closed doors because tomorrow she might say, there is a posh case, right?
Yes.
So there are these issues very much, and life stages, a single woman would get married, a married woman would have children, she would relocate with her husband, she would have child caring or elderly care responsibilities, and she would get menopausal. Having said that, the needle is slowly moving, because that is where the awareness and the entire conversations that we are having right now make a difference.
Right.
The entire noise that gets created is there, and that was a larger picture that I was talking about. And I'm very thankful to Karuna Nandi that she brought back the conversation to the constitution, because end of the day the constitution still holds firm, whether we have state laws or whether we have the central law, that right to equality stands. The other point I would like to make, Rishika, is that even if something happens, you forget about what happened with women. Think about the number of unconstitutional layoffs that happened during COVID. How many men moved to the court?
Yes.
How many employees really move to the court when they are discriminated against?
Well, absolutely. That's what I said. The last thing you can think of is taking on another, legal battle while you've just been sacked or discriminated against at the workplace, which is why I said that it's almost inaccessible, the solutions that Satya talked about right at the outset. But Kasturi Shankar, if I can just come back to you at the moment, solutions. Who do we seek accountability from? I mean, like I said, we invited the government of the day, the new, Women and Child Development Minister. We invited the state government to participate in this conversation to actually understand what is the kind of action that they want to take, and they absolutely declined to participate. So who do we seek answers from?
It's very unfortunate that right now in Tamil Nadu, we have a government that that really concentrates on everything other than benefiting its people. We've had 63 huge deaths and the number is climbing, and the government in Tamil Nadu right now is doing everything to just pass the buck. And they really don't, at this point, they're probably thinking, you're calling us to talk about women's rights and anti-discrimination issues when we are dealing with people. If somebody didn't die, I don't want to be on this debate.
As harsh as what you're saying is, the truth is that's how all governments look at it, whether it's the central government or the state government.
Well,
the question is, where do people go and where do people seek recourse?
The apathy, I mean, today you have told me, and while other people were talking, especially when Ms. Nandi was talking, I'm sitting here thinking, I went to law school and I probably have to do something about stuff like this. I learned about this expose today. And thanks to you, NDTV, the nation is going to be knowing. And at least I hope some part of Tamil Nadu knows what is going on in their own backyard. I think the time has come for people to take on. We have to do it ourselves. Because, at the end of the day, to put it very bluntly, the government is there to try and find ways of raising taxes.
But it's complicated, isn't it? It's a complicated story, because look at Foxconn as an iPhone manufacturer in India has generated thousands of jobs, and they have expanded units to different parts of the country. So, you can't ignore the fact that here is a plant that is generating jobs. They are providing residence facilities. They are providing housing facilities. They have a stipulated payment method. I mean,
not to married women, they're not. Is there a childcare facility there? Never mind if there is a child
there isn't even housing.
Care. There should be one.
There isn't even housing for married women. So childcare really comes much after that. There isn't even housing that is provided for married women.
This is not China. This is India. I think Foxconn has been very remiss in disrespecting the constitution of the country.
I have to wrap. Karuna Nandi, 10 seconds. I have to wrap.
Look, I would like to just speak to the married women who have been discriminated against, right? There is a Foxconn Code of Conduct, and that is very explicit, it's very progressive. It speaks of protection of maternity and the health of female workers, and that they're committed to protecting female workers' rights and health.
But here we're talking about a hiring bias.
Let me finish. Social benefits, breastfeeding breaks, etc.
But all that doesn't even come into play when you're not hiring women who you have to extend those facilities to, right?
There is a non-discrimination clause, if you let me finish. They're committed to a workforce free of harassment and unlawful discrimination. So the point I'm making, Rishika Barua, is that very frequently companies that have subsidiaries here, right?
Okay.
Tend to act in ways that they shouldn't. So sometimes recourse to the parent company is something that can be quite effective.
That's a very important point that you've made. I'm afraid I'm completely out of time, but we sincerely hope that this is a story, that it's an investigation that Reuters has carried out. We've of course had a larger conversation around it, and we sincerely hope that there will be a strong reaction from both the state and the central government. Thank you very much for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है। चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो। ए आयो बात बोल। पैसाबाजार.com।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
बहुत बार ऐसा होता है, and I've seen many guys जो कि 2 फोन कैरी करते हैं सिर्फ इसलिए कि उनको 2 अलग-अलग WhatsApp को रन करना है। एंड समटाइम्स आई अंडरस्टैंड कि मतलब एक फोन होना मुश्किल हो जाता है, बट WhatsApp हैज अ बिल्ट इन ऑप्शन। अगर आपको नहीं पता है, यू कैन जस्ट ऐड एन अकाउंट इन द सेम एप्लीकेशन। ये बड़ा आसान है। यू जस्ट गो टू WhatsApp, आप सेटिंग्स में जाएंगे, अकाउंट में जाएंगे, एंड वहां पे यू कैन जस्ट ऐड अनदर अकाउंट। आप नंबर डालिए, OTP आएगा, वेरीफाई हो जाएगा, अपनी डिस्प्ले फोटो ऐड कीजिए अगर करना है तो, एंड दैट्स इट, योर अकाउंट इज डन। बेसिकली आप उसी एक WhatsApp की ऐप में 2 अलग अलग अकाउंट रख सकते हैं फॉर अ पीस ऑफ माइंड। एंड अगर आपको मल्टीपल अकाउंट्स रख के, लेट्स से यू वांट टू यूज इट बिकॉज ऑफ यू हैव 2 फोन नंबर, हो सकता है एक नंबर आपका इंडिया का है, मे बी यू आर ट्रैवलिंग अब्रॉड, आपका दूसरा नंबर भी है, मतलब यू गेट द ड्रिल कि आप सीधा एक WhatsApp ऐप में 2 अकाउंट्स रख सकते हैं, और ये काम आप एक फोन में भी कर सकते हैं। जस्ट इन केस दिस मेक्स योर लाइफ इजी।
This is Left, Right and Centre, and I'm Maria Shakil. The first big formal event of the 18th Lok Sabha is over. President Draupadi Murmu addressed the joint session of Parliament, adding fire to the BJP's offensive against the Congress on emergency. The President said that imposition of emergency on 25th June 1975 was the biggest and darkest chapter of direct attack on the Constitution. The entire country felt outraged. The President's remark comes against the backdrop of a heated exchange between the ruling BJP and the opposition on emergency, and the opposition registering the protest with the Speaker over his resolution moved yesterday. We will be joined by senior Congress leader Dr. Shashi Tharoor and BJP's National Vice President Jay Panda shortly. Also on the show, the NEET row, which found a mention in the President's address. President Draupadi Murmu saying that the government is committed to a fair investigation. But the opposition continues to build pressure on the government, and tomorrow NEET is bound to dominate the House, with the opposition demanding answers and complete cleanup of what is an examination mess. Today, the Congress student wing, NSUI, barged into the office of the National Testing Agency, which conducts the NEET exam, demanding that it be shut down. The protest came shortly after the Youth Congress held a protest near Parliament as well. Since June 4th, when the results were declared, protests and demonstrations have swept the country over the allegations of paper leak and preferential marking of NEET. On the investigation front, the Central Bureau of Investigation, that is the CBI, has made its first arrest, detaining one individual from Patna. Then we will be joined by Congress Overseas Chief Sam Pitroda, who has been reinstated. What does he think about the BJP's charge that his removal over his statements were a mere poll giving? I asked that question to Mr. Pitroda shortly. But first up, we are being joined by senior Congress leader Dr. Shashi Tharoor. Dr. Shashi Tharoor, congratulations. You have won the Thiruvananthapuram seat for the 4th straight term. So, sir, it's certainly a big victory for you. I want to start by asking you that we have seen confrontation between the opposition and government from the word go. Do you see any scope for this acrimony going down going forward?
I certainly hope so, because it's in the government's interest as well that they should focus on cooperation and conciliation rather than confrontation and clashes with the opposition. This is no longer a small number of MPs that you can just roll over with a brute majority. This is a very large swathe of Indian public opinion represented in these elections. And we're talking about 234 members in the India Alliance alone, as well as others who are not affiliated to the government. I think the government has every interest in cooperating. And if they take that step forward, I'm sure that we will meet them halfway. The problem often is that the government acts as if they don't really need to consult the opposition. And that, I believe, would be very unwise.
Dr. Tharoor, the Congress and other opposition leaders have protested against the Speaker's resolution on emergency. Why do you object to it?
Well, first of all, there's some question as to why it's relevant to dredge up a matter that occurred 49 years ago. It is, after all, part of the kind of past, the political past of our country from which we have all evolved and moved on. And it would seem to me that we should be focusing on the problems of today and tomorrow. But this business of the government constantly moving the goalposts, whether it is to 1975 when talking about the emergency or to 2047 when talking about the future, and not focusing on the problems of 24 and 25, that seems to me to be somewhat, shall we say, diversionary. What we need in our politics is to focus on the problems of today. The young people of today, people facing serious unemployment, people facing this catastrophic confusion over the NEET examinations, people facing the kinds of difficulties that every ordinary Indian is living with day after day. And then, of course, there are other issues that government has never debated. Manipur was a word that never escaped the Prime Minister's lips or the President's. We've heard nothing about the tensions on the India-China frontier. There are so many national issues that the government wants to talk about, wants not to talk about. And instead, they're raising the emergency from 49 years ago, with not even the convenience of a round number anniversary to talk about. Why is this so relevant today?
But Dr. Tharoor, observers will say that BJP raking up emergency is essentially to blunt the opposition, that is the Congress's constitution attack. Isn't that just fair politics to use whatever tool you can against your opponents?
The irony is that's actually one thing the BJP could not accurately say, because actually, and I'm a critic of the emergency, many of you have read my books and writings against the emergency in subsequent years, but the very fact is that the emergency may have been undemocratic, but it was not unconstitutional. It was a provision in the Constitution that permitted the imposition of an internal emergency. That provision has since been removed, but it was there at the time, and therefore what was done by the government in 1975 was strictly within the boundaries of the Constitution. So for the Rashtrapati to say it was an unconstitutional attack or an attack on the Constitution is actually inaccurate in legal terms. Now, I'm not supporting the emergency. I think arresting opposition politicians, censoring the press, a number of steps taken were undemocratic steps. But they were not, sadly, not unconstitutional steps.
But suspension of constitution is what happened during those 21 months.
No, Ji, the Constitution was very much in place. Everything was done according to the Constitution. Even the notorious 42nd Amendment was passed within the provisions of the existing system. So I'm not saying that anything is something to be proud of. I don't think we should be debating the emergency and politics today when there are more important things to do. But I'm just challenging the claim that it was unconstitutional. It was not. It was completely within the Constitution. However undesirable all of us may see it as being today.
Dr. Tharoor, talking of emergency, obviously it was a dark chapter in India's history. Can Congress ever escape the blame for that?
Look, if the BJP government doesn't want to talk about the Gujarat killings of 2002, why is it that it's only when the Congress presides over anything wrong happening in the country that it's fair game to talk about? I think in many cases it's time we moved on from this meh tu blaming of the past that takes place far too easily in our politics and focus on the real issues of the nation. Why can't we hear more about what the government is prepared to do on unemployment? The Congress party had some very specific plans, and BJP should have different plans of its own or take our plans. We don't mind, but we need action. We need to ensure that young people in this country find work to do. This is a real urgent issue. Why won't the government address it? It seems to me rather bizarre that we're sitting here today in 2024 talking about 1975 when we could be discussing the actual challenges facing the people, the voters, the young citizens of today.
So is Sengal and the entire controversy erupting around it an issue which is of concern to the people of India today? You heard from Samajwadi Party MP and your own party man in party MP in Manikam Tagore backing him that Sengal should be removed.
Look, I mean, this is a debate I personally don't wish to enter into because I can see the arguments on both sides. One, that it's a symbol of monarchy and we are a republic, so why do we need it? And the other saying it's a purely symbolic thing. It sort of comprises, if you like, an attribute of sovereignty and it's an Indian traditional thing from a different part of India that should be honored here in the national parliament. And I don't really want to pick and choose between these two things. I will say, however, that right now what the Congress party and the opposition are focused upon are the real issues facing people today, which certainly to my mind include NEET. As you said rightly at the beginning of your show, a large number of youth Congress activists from all over the country came to protest in Delhi and got rather badly beaten up in the course of their protests. We're concerned about that. We're concerned about the extraordinary confusion surrounding the entire NEET examination process. We're concerned about unemployment, particularly for young people. And we are concerned very, very seriously about some of the issues the government simply doesn't want to talk about, from Manipur to the India-China border. So let's talk about the real issues.
Okay, Dr. Tharoor, talking about emergency, that much debated 39th Amendment that kept the election of President, Vice President, Prime Minister, Speaker outside the purview of judiciary. So doesn't the Congress party's safe constitution pitch at the moment sound hollow?
Look, I mean, we're going around the same point in circles, Maria. I will say to you quite simply that saving the Constitution is a national necessity in any case. When we heard this Abki Baar 400 par over and over again, and when half a dozen BJP candidates whom you and I can name actually said in speeches in their constituencies that we need such a large number in order to amend the Constitution, obviously we put two and two together and began to worry, because while the Constitution has been amended 100 times, it has always been amended by consensus. No government needed 400 seats in order to amend the Constitution, because the constitutional amendments that came up reflected the temper of the times and usually had the agreement of the main opposition parties too. Now, when you're saying you want a number that will enable you to amend the Constitution without even consulting the opposition parties, that suggests that you have some sinister plans. And that's why we all said, no, we have to protect this Constitution as it is. That was the context in which this whole issue came up. Now, if the government wants to assure the nation they have no plans to amend the Constitution, we can move on. Why do they want to discuss what happened in 1975? Let's talk about the practical problems they're not addressing today.
That brings me to my last question. Rahul Gandhi is now the leader of opposition, the first constitutional post he has ever held. How do you see this and what advice will you give him?
Look, I think Rahul Gandhi has emerged as a considerable leader in his own right. It started off in many ways that the sort of churning or turning of the narrative began with the two Bharat Jodo Yatras, particularly the first one, which seized the imagination of the nation and of young people everywhere. Moved on from there, I think, into this very effective campaigning for the Lok Sabha elections of 24. And I think his ability to now not just frame the narrative, but to do so in a way that appeals to and attracts large numbers of people is beyond dispute. So I would say that he doesn't need any advice from the likes of me. What he needs is now the opportunity to use the platform of being leader of the opposition to set the agenda for the government to respond to and to ensure that the government is kept on the nation's business rather than, frankly, distracting us with what are really not relevant debates. You know that a vast majority of the Indian population wasn't even born when the emergency was declared.
That's right.
It is something for them that's part of history. Let's not go into history all the time. We've already had this government. Every time you raise an issue, they talk about an 18th century mosque or temple. They talk about 2047 on the other side of the goalposts. There just isn't enough effort to focus on the problems of today and tomorrow. That's what we want them to do. And if they do that, we'll be there working with them to solve.
All right, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, pleasure speaking to you. Thank you so much for your time here on NDTV.
Thanks, Maria. All the best.
Shifting focus now to Mr. Jay Panda. Mr. Jay Panda, senior BJP leader, is joining us. Congratulations, Mr. Panda, for your victory in the Lok Sabha polls. Today was an important day for the Parliament. President Draupadi Murmu addressing the joint session. Opposition says that issues of public interest, like creation of jobs, have not been addressed by the President.
Well, during President Draupadi Murmu's tenure, Bharat has achieved some very important milestones. Some of the major milestones which were mentioned in the speech today was about the Indian economy going from 11th place to 5th place in the world, particularly during a time when the global economy has been very, very challenged since the pandemic. She also spelled out the roadmap of getting to the third largest position in the world's economies. And this inherently implies opportunities for not just the youth, but for the entire spectrum of Indian citizens. Now, if you look at the jobs numbers, just last week, there are reports from multilateral agencies about India beating the rest of the world in terms of job creation, in terms of opportunities being created. Now, these are facts that the opposition obviously prefers to ignore. You know, the sad thing is, just yesterday, the opposition made a solemn commitment to abide by parliamentary norms and to have productive debate and discussion. But as soon as there was a condemnation of the emergency on its 50th anniversary, they broke into their traditional disruption and sloganeering, which, I mean, they broke their promise within moments. And the fact is that this is an opposition that is not able to leave its legacy behind. Even today, even 50 years after the emergency, they are not able to not only criticize the emergency, they are not able to hear anybody else condemning the emergency. And these are the people that held up a copy of the Constitution and taking their oaths as members of Parliament. It's really very, very odd.
Mr. Panda, one would say that the dark days of emergency is returning to haunt the Indian politics with repeated reminder that is coming from the government and the BJP. Today it was the President. Yesterday the Speaker spoke about it. Some say that why should a bipartisan chair like the Speaker move a resolution at all?
I find this question itself very bizarre because during the oath taking of the new members of Parliament was when the 50th anniversary of the emergency took place. Now, if you are not able to condemn the single biggest challenge to our republic, the single biggest challenge to our democracy since the Republic of India was formed, then obviously something is very, very wrong. I don't understand what is their problem in commemorating the 50th anniversary of the emergency with the condemnation of it. They are simply unable to condemn the emergency. They are unable to accept. And why should not the head of state and why should not the head of Lok Sabha condemn emergency? Because these very institutions were compromised. These very institutions were complicit in the suppression of fundamental rights and the imprisonment of so many people, including political leaders. The sad thing is, today there are certain political leaders sitting in the opposition who were imprisoned or their fathers and predecessors were imprisoned. Now, it's bizarre that the opposition, which keeps talking about freedom of the press, keeps talking about alleged challenges to freedoms, is unwilling to condemn the actual suppression of freedoms which took place. Their hypocrisy is exposed, and the only way they can get around it is to make these fake arguments, and as I said, asking this question itself is very odd.
Okay, so, a number of opposition MPs are of the opinion that the president should have spoken on issues which are far more relevant in current times. But shifting focus now, a member of parliament from Samajwadi Party, R.K. Chaudhary, has said that Sengal actually symbolizes Dandaraj and hence it should be removed. Congress Party's Manikam Tagore has come out in his support as well. So Sengal is back in focus.
Look, the fact is, it is really not up to members of the opposition to decide what is required and what is not required to be mentioned by the Honorable President in talking about her government. These are very odd stands to take. Now, let's talk about the Sengal. These people have no problem with the symbolism of a colonial Raj which existed for so many decades. You've had the symbolism of the colonial Raj in the names of our roads, such as Rajpath, Kingsway, which has been renamed as Kartavya Path. They had a problem with that. They had a problem with the changing of the emblems of some of our armed forces to reflect our own history and our own culture, rather than that imported from foreign nations which ruled us for many centuries. The Sengal is a traditional Indian symbol of governance. There are many other such symbols. During the G20, the Prime Minister took pride in the Konark wheel, which comes from my state, which represents not just art and architecture but also science, because the wheels of the Konark temple were, they told time, and they were astronomical instruments in a way. Now, these are many different symbols of our own history, of Bharatiya history, of Indian history, that we should cherish. Now, I think some members in the opposition have been so much in thrall to the sort of continuance of the Raj, even post-independence, by a few elite families which ran the show, that they are unable to let go of that and cherish our true heritage.
Mr. Panda, I'm going to shift focus back to the issue of emergency and the resolution. The Congress has called the Speaker's resolution on emergency unprecedented in the annals of the history of Parliament. And coming from a newly elected Speaker, it is of far graver proportion. Should the Speaker have used his chair for such a resolution at all, and why on the very first day?
These stands taken by the opposition is entirely false. Day before yesterday was the 50th anniversary, and those 2 days, that is Monday and Tuesday, were oath taking under the charge of the pro tem speaker. Obviously, when members were taking oath, no other issue could be taken up, and so the 50th anniversary of emergency went by. The very next day, it is 1 day after the 50th anniversary of the emergency, that emergency was raked up. And like I say, the opposition has a DNA level problem in accepting that the emergency was wrong. That's why any condemnation of the emergency provokes a reaction amongst them to oppose it. I think they are digging themselves a bigger hole. I think Indians, thinking Indians, will recognize that their fake professions of adherence to the Constitution is exposed when they are refusing to condemn the emergency. They are refusing to apologize for the emergency. And as I have said before, it is absolutely correct that the Honorable President herself should mention it, that the Honorable Speaker himself should mention it, because we as a nation should be clear about the real biggest danger that our democracy faced within these last 75 or 80 years. And if we are unable to face that, obviously there is something wrong. And so they are coming up with these weird technical arguments which do not withstand any scrutiny whatsoever. If on the day of the 50th anniversary of the emergency, if the oath taking had already taken place, obviously the same reference would have been made. It was made a day later once the inductions were complete, and that's the way it ought to be.
Okay, Mr. Panda, my last question. The mandate clearly in the 18th Lok Sabha is of cooperation, but what we are witnessing is confrontation. Opposition was asking for Deputy Speaker's chair, as has been the convention in the past. The government was not ready to commit to it, and you have started, I mean the government, the Prime Minister, the Speaker and also the President have started talking about emergency. Many are saying that you're not able to accept the mandate of the people, and hence you are raking up this issue because you want to, corner your political opponents on this issue.
The fact remains that the pre-election NDA coalition has won a clear majority of seats in Parliament and enabled a third-term BJP NDA Modi government. You can't get away from that. And the opposition keeps reacting to this particular statement, which is a factual statement. It's not just the government that should be mentioning the emergency. The opposition, it is now high time for them to apologize for what their parties and what their predecessors did. It is high time for them to acknowledge and at least to keep quiet when the emergency is being condemned rather than oppose that condemnation. The whole country is aware of what happened during the emergency when actual freedoms were taken away, when newspapers were actually made to go blank and censorship was actually imposed. All the things that the opposition alleges today for which they have no facts or no proof. The fact is, if you do not condemn the emergency on its 50th anniversary, when are you going to condemn it? So these are all fake allegations. Now, as far as the confrontation, who started the confrontation? The government, the Prime Minister himself, all the constitutional speakers, they made it very clear that there should be cooperation. The Prime Minister particularly congratulated all members of Parliament and specifically mentioned that even the opposition members of Parliament who have won and come to represent their constituencies, he complimented them and congratulated them. Now, that is an extension of a hand of warmth and collaboration and friendship. And like I said, the opposition committed and promised that they would cooperate in healthy parliamentary debate. And immediately, within a few minutes, they started disrupting and heckling and protesting when the emergency was condemned. I think they get provoked too easily, and in getting provoked easily, they are exposing their true nature to the rest of the nation. If they keep this up, they will continue this track record of, the principal opposition party in the last 3 elections has got fewer seats than we have got, the BJP has got in just this election. They will continue this tradition. By the way, they are going in demonstrating to 1.4 billion people their true nature.
All right, Mr. Jay Panda, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for your time here on NDTV. Now on the other big story of the day, from Parliament to the street, the NEET heat is rising. Congress Youth Wing today held massive protest at Jantar Mantar and also at the National Testing Agency office in the capital, where the NSUI activists stormed the testing agency's office and locked it. This on a day when CBI made its first arrests in Patna in the NEET paper leak case. The opposition is set to raise the issue in Parliament on Friday, and the government says it is ready to answer all the questions. The NEET issue also found a mention today in the President's address. Let's first listen in to what the President said and the opposition's reaction to it.
परीक्षाएं किसी भी कारण से इनमें रुकावट आए ये उचित नहीं है। इनमें शुचिता और पारदर्शिता बहुत जरूरी है। हाल ही में कुछ परीक्षाओं में हुई पेपर लीक की घटनाओं की निष्पक्ष जांच और दोषियों को कड़ी से कड़ी सजा दिलवाने के लिए मेरी सरकार प्रतिबद्ध है। हमारे इससे पहले भी हमने देखा है कि कई राज्यों में पेपर लीक की घटनाएं होती रही है। इस पर दलीय राजनीति से ऊपर उठकर दलीय राजनीति से ऊपर उठकर देशव्यापी ठोस उपाय करने की जरूरत है। संसद ने भी परीक्षा में होने वाली गड़बड़ियों के विरुद्ध एक सख्त कानून बनाया है।
पण एकूणच जर बघितलं तर केंद्र आणि राज्य हे त्यांच्याच भाषेत डबल इंजिन सरकार आपण किंवा ते म्हणत असतील तर ही दोन्ही सरकारं महागळती सरकार आहेत. हे लिकेज सरकार आहे. कारण राम मंदिराच्या गाभाऱ्यात सुद्धा लिकेज झालेलं आहे. पेपर फुटी झालेली आहे. म्हणजे पेपर सुद्धा लीक होत आहेत, मंदिर सुद्धा लीक होते आणि ह्यांना लाज लज्जा शरम काही नाहीये.
Dr. Pooja Tripathi, spokesperson of the Congress, is joining us. We also have Siddharth Yadav of the BJP. Sridhar Rajgopalan is the co-founder and chief learning officer of educational initiatives. Dr. Pooja Tripathi, beginning with you, protests have been going on for a few weeks now and in several parts of India. Isn't the NSUI creating a law and order situation by barging inside the NTA office? How is that really acceptable?
I think, Mara, we have to understand that the accountability hasn't been fixed when it comes to NEET scam. It's the same education minister who was patting the back of NTA like a week, 8 days before, and he was saying that the examination is completely foolproof, no paper leaks. And now we see 2 persons have been nabbed in Bihar, there have been paper leaks in Godhra, some people have been nabbed in Ranchi. This is an interstate cross-border crime syndicate of paper leaks. And Dharmendra Pradhan is just doing a lip service by saying he's taking a moral accountability. When is the NTA chairman Pradeep Joshi, who has been playing Ayog since his time from MPPSC, has not been removed. NTA has not been disbanded. You have to understand that is the political protest, is the opposition protest that, they were standing with the 24 lakh students who are protesting against this massive paper
while
leak.
Standing with the students, the opposition will be taking that issue up in Parliament. There will be a discussion on NEET, and the government says that they are ready with answers as well. But why enter the NTA office, hold protest inside that, and then lock the NTA office? I mean, what gives the Congress party and its student wing that right to do so? I mean, protests can be peaceful as well. This is hardly a peaceful protest.
This is an NSUI who is known for its aggressive protest, and these are students. They're standing with the 24 lakh students, and the main demand of opposition parties is first, Dharmendra Pradhan ji should take should file for his resignation, taking the moral and political accountability for the massive paper leak. Second, NTA should be abolished. NTA and NTA chairman should be thrown out of the government. When that is not happening, when you just take a press conference and
so the opposition, and since the students are continuing with their protests, it's clear that all the action which has been taken by the government, be it the sacking of the Director General of NTA, even the setting up of this high-level committee with the intent of restructuring the NTA, isn't really satisfying them.
Maria, first of all, what has to be understood is that how much of student representation is the NSUI doing is still a matter of question. It's a direct student wing of the Congress party, and how much of what they're doing is for politics. Everybody knows that. The kind of protest that they're trying to do using fake currencies and barging into government offices is a different case. But what has to be noted here is that the government is already proactive. Even the president of the country in the joint address today has mentioned of the case. We have also taken action on the NTA. The DG of the NTA has been changed. The government has taken cognizance, and had the government not started action on it, we would not have known that who were the perpetrators, who were the real people behind, who has booked rooms for what, and who were the political leaders and political parties who have close links to the people who have been involved in this.
This exactly is my limited objection, that in all the investigations which are happening in Bihar, and the CBI has taken over the investigation, there are no political linkages which have been established. So for the BJP to make those alleged links is essentially you responding it in the domain of politics. Do so, but the students demand far more answers. I think that is what is something that the BJP should answer right now.
Maria, absolutely. And that is why I have not mentioned any political party. I have not named any political leader, despite the information being in public domain about room bookings and everything. But that is not my point today. My point is the government is already on the toes to solve the entire issue. It is the first time in our country we are seeing a very strict law against paper leak. We are seeing the law being notified.
Sridhar,
the government already being in
Rajgopalan,
place to
are
put in
the
a
government's
mechanism
actions
of not to happen.
satisfactory?
So I think the important thing here is to focus on the future, because if we do not make some fairly important changes, as the technology available to those who are doing the leakage, whether it is just WhatsApp or being able to share papers quickly, keeps on increasing, we have to have some solution that's going to work in the future. Now, the probability of leakages when you have physical exam papers and centers, though there are a number of steps that, for example, people like the CBSE have taken to make it more secure, but the risk of leakage with paper is going to be very, very high. So we do have to take a number of steps. One of them is about using computer-based tests much more, like is done in the case of the JEE. And there are certain steps in terms of the design of the paper itself. So one of the things that we have been doing is that we are trying to keep the papers a little easy, whereas papers like the NEET and the JEE have to be of an appropriate level of difficulty, so that the process of poaching, the process of copying and leakage is not extremely lucrative, because then the cost of leaking is extremely high. So there are steps like this in terms of computer-based tests, which where you can actually cut off the internet during the test itself after the papers are downloaded. And the appropriate level of difficulty in the papers, transparency in terms of information about the test being shared after the test without any names, so that there is again pressure for openness in terms of knowing if there are questions that had issues, so that there is pressure to correct them. So there are steps on all these directions that we have to think of from a future perspective.
Okay, Siddharth, talking about the politics of it.
Yes, Maria, go ahead. Do you have a question?
So what we are seeing is that the government says that they want answers, and the opposition says that they want answers, and they are of the opinion that it is about political accountability, not as much as sacking of the NTA DG. That is essentially shifting the blame, according to the opposition.
Maria, how can it be the shifting the blame? NTA is the organization which conducts this examination. If an action is taken on how the examination is conducted, who the people were responsible for conducting the examination, that is the right accountability that the government has to ensure, and that is what our government is doing. My point is, cannot the opposition also come out above partisan politics and say we stand united together for this one issue? The government is taking these things and come up also with solutions. Give me one solution that the opposition has given. But the opposition has become habitual of just citing the problems and never having any solution for anything.
Okay.
And it is good, fine.
What is the solution that you are offering the government?
We are there to give all solutions, but at least have the approach of solving things rather than just
have you really approached the opposition in ensuring that there is some kind of, all the opposition parties who are concerned about the youth's future, they should come on one table. Has that effort been made? Yes, go ahead, Pooja.
On table, because it's not just the future of 24 lakh students, 24 lakh families. 4 days, four papers have been suspended. And here Siddharth was talking about political linkages. The mastermind of the paper leak scam is the O.P. Rajbhar party. He's Bediram, some Ghazipur MLA. And he is the mastermind of the paper leak scam. The center in Jhajjar, where 6 toppers have come out, it's from a BJP leader. So we are saying just arresting 2 or 3 handlers, some Chintu, Mintu, Nitish, it won't serve the purpose. If accountability needs to be fixed from top to bottom, Dharmendra Pradhan ji should take not only just moral accountability and do whataboutery, he should take political accountability and resign. Give the ministry to somebody capable who is capable to run the ministry without any paper leaks. NTA should be abolished. If we are passing the baton on NTA...
Okay, so that point of NTA should be abolished, because as an institution, it has failed to do its task and its agenda has not been fulfilled. It has failed on multiple fronts. Is the message, Sridhar, Rajgopalan, which has been acknowledged by the government because of the sacking of the NTA Director General and a high-level committee which is now looking at the restructuring and also holding meetings and consultations with the students. So the NTA as a body is not a functional institution anymore, then what is the purpose of that institution at all?
Maria, I could not hear your question clearly. Can you just repeat the question?
Yes, so I'm saying the opposition is demanding that NTA be abolished. Is that the way forward?
No, I don't think that is the way forward. The only point is that you do need an agency like the NTA to conduct an exam like this. However, conducting an exam like this requires a very high degree of technical skills, technical both in terms of the planning, the logistics, the technology, as you move more to computer-based exams, as well as the techniques of assessment itself, the way you calculate percentiles, how do you, for example, there was a controversy of a lot of students, 50 to 60 students getting the highest score. That's a technical assessment point. That should not happen if you use scale scores and percentile scores properly. How do you handle it when there is a question which has a problem? That's again a technical issue. So I think you do need an agency like the NTA, which is kind of responsible overall, but they will have to take external expertise, which is technical expertise. Now, you can try to build this expertise, but if we look at it internationally, when you have an exam like the PISA, for example, there is a body that conducts it, but then the actual conduction, various parts of it are handled by technical experts who are selected in a transparent manner. So I think an NTA is needed. However, if the NTA alone is kind of responsible for all aspects, which I think happens in the case of the NEET, then these kind of errors are likely because it's a highly technical area in multiple technical domains. So I would say no, don't abolish the NTA, but the NTA has to
Pooja, that perhaps answers your question from a completely neutral perspective.
I have one more point to add. We talk about NTA chairman Pradeep Joshi, who has no academic credentials. He was just an assistant professor at Jabalpur University, and from some RSS recommendation, he goes on to become the chairman of MPPSC. He overlooks the Vyapam scam, goes on CGPSC, overlooks the irregularities, goes on to UPSC. When my fellow panelist is talking about technical capabilities, what is the technical capability of Pradeep Joshi? Has he not been sacked till date? It's been almost 10 to 12 days, but the burden, the onus of burden does not fall on Pradeep Joshi. What miracle?
Okay, so Siddharth, would you respond to that, and then I'll seek the final comments from everyone. Please go ahead.
Oh, Maria, what has to be understood is that definitely Congress party would, I can fairly understand, would be more interested in doing politics and picking out problems which are not really the problems. What has to be understood is that NTA was also introduced was brought in place because of the issues that existed before. It was brought in place because we had seen multiple examinations being conducted by multiple organizations, and if I have to list out the examinations which were leaked, the papers which were leaked under the Congress era, no comment from the Congress party, no action from the Congress party that ever happened. So the NTA was a solution to one of the existing problems. Fine, we are facing issues in the operational aspect, in the executional aspect, and the government is, is very determined to eradicate all such issues. But what is one solution that is there with the Congress party, except for taking any random names
that
or
there is some kind of political consensus which is arrived at on this particular issue, because it impacts lakhs of students who are looking towards their political representatives for solutions now. Thank you so much for joining us, Sridhar Rajgopalan, Siddharth Yadav and Dr. Pooja Tripathi. On that note, we are slipping into a short break. Don't go anywhere. We have a very special interview lined up for you.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
वैसे स्मार्ट से याद आया, स्मार्टफोन्स हम सभी देखते हैं. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, दिस हैज द Qualcomm Snapdragon 8s Gen 3 which is based on 4nm. आपने सुना होगा ना अक्सर ऐसा 4nm, 5nm, 3nm. What is this nm if I were to tell you? Well, पता है क्या है? यहाँ पे nm is a nanometer. It's basically a unit of length. ये होता है 1 मीटर का 1 billionth. जी हाँ, 1 billionth. और यहाँ पे I mean, the smaller is better because all these companies, all these chip manufacturing companies, they are trying to squeeze in as many transistors as possible कि कैसे एक छोटी सी चिप में वो इतने ज़्यादा ट्रांजिस्टर्स को पैक कर दें which essentially act like a switch to make sure that the performance goes right through the roof. Because आप समझ लीजिए कि इसमें for example जो प्रोसेसर लगा है उसमें billions of transistors हैं packed into a very small package. Think of it like a city जहाँ पे जो buildings हैं अगर वो छोटी होती जाएंगी तो सोचो आप कितने कम एरिया में कितनी ज़्यादा बिल्डिंग्स को पैक कर सकते हो. Guys, exactly this is what is happening inside a chip that you see because every year, every day that we progress, यहाँ पे we are making sure कि हम ज़्यादा ट्रांजिस्टर्स को कम एरिया में पैक कर दें. Right now, the most advanced process that you would see is of 2 nanometers. Just imagine that a human hair is like 50,000 nanometers. तो 2 nanometers कितना छोटा साइज होता होगा जहाँ पे जाके जिस स्केल पे basically we are able to manufacture these chips and pack in all these transistors. जितना छोटा ट्रांजिस्टर उतनी फास्ट परफॉर्मेंस, उतना कम पावर कंजम्पशन और उतना कम हीटिंग का प्रॉब्लम. It's mind blowing, and that's the reason I would say chip manufacturing is something which is very cutting edge, very high end. अभी इंडिया में we are planning कि yes हमारा country आगे progress करे और ये chips जो हैं ये हम इंडिया में.
Welcome back. Sam Pitroda is back as the Overseas Congress chairman, weeks after he resigned amidst controversy over his alleged racist comments. The BJP has hit out at the Congress, calling Pitroda's removal just a poll gimmick, pointing out that the Prime Minister had in fact predicted that Sam will return after polls. In an interview to NDTV, the Prime Minister has said so. We are now joined by the man himself, Sam Pitroda, joining us exclusively on NDTV. Mr. Pitroda, really appreciate your time. You resigned from the post of Overseas Congress Chief amidst a controversy over your remarks that were seen as racist. Your party had distanced itself from those comments then. What explains this return?
I think it's not about what happened, it's about what needs to be done. We have so many different priorities at the Indian Overseas Congress that we need to move forward and not look backward. As you know, in 2024, there are important elections in many parts of the world. Recently, India election sent a very strong message from the people of India that we want democracy, we want our constitution to remain intact, and we really want to focus on the people's problems related to employment, related to inclusion, farmers' issues, inflation. And I think similar voices are rising and at the same time are of concern globally. Look at what happened recently in South Africa. South African people also spoke loud and clear that we would rather have a coalition government with compromises than authoritarian government. Similarly, you have elections in US, you have elections in France, Germany. So I think it is important quickly to take the message that people of India have conveyed, that democracy is important. That message has to go global. That's one major task. In addition to worrying about the state elections coming and the role Indian Overseas Congress can play, and strengthen the organization, expand our reach, and build the institution. That's the task ahead of us.
Sir, the BJP is saying that your removal was just a poll gimmick, as you have made a comeback shortly after the election results. How do you look at this comment?
It is not a question of poll gimmick. It's a question of I decided that I should take myself out. And our leadership agreed that if I continue to say something, it will be misrepresented. I mean, Prime Minister himself started trolling on what I said. And I don't think it is fair. But that's Honorable Prime Minister's choice. Who am I to tell him what to do? So I felt that it is better for me to be out for 3-4 weeks, because this will calm things down and people will really focus on the real issues of employment, inclusion, diversity, all the issues I mentioned. What happened at that time, no matter what I said, what twisted, lied, misrepresented, by Prime Minister himself. For example, when I made a comment on inheritance tax, I did not mean that I am proposing inheritance tax. How do you come to that conclusion? And the whole nation followed that path. No one, including NDTV, came and said, Mr. Pitroda, are you proposing inheritance tax? Or you are just saying this is an example in the US? So I think media also played a role in false narrative, misleading people. And Prime Minister went all the way to saying, we will steal your necklace, Mangal Sutra. We'll take your bhaisa. I mean, that's obscene. Next time when I said something about my way of saying how diverse we are, people thought it was racial. There's nothing racial about saying we all came from Africa. It's a fact of life. And who says that being black is racist? No, I'm dark. My wife is not very dark, so what? So I think we tend to make issues out of nothing. And that's the reason I decided it is better to take myself out. If I stay in, no matter what I say, will be twisted. And it has happened many times. It has happened during Hua to Hua, which was also a completely bogus, argument they took. But media does that because Prime Minister gets involved. And naturally, if Prime Minister gets involved, it gets a lot of attention. I don't know why Prime Minister has to get involved in what I said. I'm such an, ordinary person. I'm not a politician of the highest order. I'm nobody. I'm just a professional,
But Mr. Pitroda, the statements or the comments you made did give a lot of ammunition to the BJP to attack the Congress party.
But you see, the point is that doesn't mean you can't talk. Okay, no matter what you say, the shirt I wear, the beard I keep could be an ammunition. Why should I worry about that? I can't worry about that. I have to run my life. I mean, they can twist anything. They can twist the fact that I'm living in Chicago and why am I commenting on India? They can do anything. I mean, what kind of conversation is that? I would expect civilized, conversation. I would expect dialogue that is more respectful. But we have lost that. We have just attacks after attacks on people. And this is what Indian media has turned out to be. People are not interested in substance of the conversation. They are interested in form of the conversation. It is okay for me to make mistake. It is okay for everybody to make mistake. Perfectly normal human experience.
Okay, so in hindsight,
Look at the contribution Sam Pitroda has made to India. Don't look at what he said about color of skin. How can you forget the contribution we made in telecom, IT, technology missions, literacy, immunization, knowledge commission, innovations? That is of no value. What is of value is one word that you want to twist. I mean, what kind of a mindset is that? You got to look at somebody's background. What have I done for 40 years in India? At what cost to me? Personal cost. I've never taken salary in India. Where India is today in telecom, it's only because of the initiatives we took. All of that don't mean anything. Okay, but you can twist all the facts. So it's their privilege. I have no argument. I have no complaints. That's the way they are. And I can't change that. In media also, no one in the media said, wait a minute. Look at Mr. Pitroda's contribution to India. What he said here is irrelevant. But none of the people came forward. That's the environment we live in, which is okay.
So
the questions people ask also, all of you, are questions which are very twisted, very one-sided, trying to find petty stuff for personal attacks, never have anything to do with vision, never have anything to do with dream, long-term goals, values, character, leadership. There is very little conversation on all of that. Conversation is, what did you say, tutu meme? What did he say? Why did he say it? Why did he attack? And I think media loves it. I'm surprised.
Since you say that your words were twisted, in the hindsight, do you think you could have chosen another set of words?
No, possible. It's okay, possible. I could have chosen another set of words. Yeah, it's possible. I have no issue with that. There could have been better words, but that's okay. It's not about words. It's about meaning. It's about your commitment. It's about your work. It's about your character. Okay? But you are right. Maybe I could have done a better job. I accept that.
My last question, Congress is now saying that they hope you will in future leave no room for controversy. What do you say to that?
Congress is not saying that. Jairam Ramesh is saying that. Okay? I am grown up. I know my responsibility for my party. I am committed to Congress. I've been a congressman from day one, and I'll remain a congressman until I die. It has nothing to do with what I say, how I say, who I say, or one interview or another interview. It has to do with my commitment to values. I believe in Congress values. I believe in Gandhian idea of the world. I believe in democracy. I believe in Constitution. I believe in bottom-up development. I believe in truth, trust, love, diversity, inclusion. All of these things will remain. What Jairam says is Jairam's view. Okay, it is not necessarily party's view. It's okay for Jairam to say it. I respect that. I have to do what I have to do. In the process, I'm entitled to make mistakes. But my commitment to Congress party, Congress values, Congress leadership is something that is intact. I want to thank Congress Party President and Rahul Gandhi for giving me this opportunity again. I want to thank all my Indian overseas Congress presidents who were really very upset, very concerned about what happened. And we all have to move forward.
All right, Mr. Sam Pitroda, really appreciate your time. Thank you for speaking to NDTV. We are putting out that interview on NDTV.com. That's all from me. Thanks so much for watching.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
It's time for the favorite section जिसका मैं इंतजार करता हूँ हमेशा. It's called Ask TG and यहाँ पे I answer all your questions. Let's see what we have for this week. Okay, two things. One, that maybe the kind of work that you are doing on your laptop is more demanding now, जो शायद आप एक साल पहले ना करते हो. That's the reason that the system is under load and fan चल रहा है just to keep it, below a certain temperature. Second thing, because it's a sunny, day, usually that we see that the temperatures are going really high, तो हो सकता है because the ambient temperatures are hot in your surrounding, आपका लैपटॉप जो है वो काम कर रहा है just to stay cool. Third scenario, again, quite common जो हो सकता है वो ये कि maybe there's some dust inside. Maybe the system, ventilation is not proper and the vents are.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Opposition India bloc plans to bring adjournment motions on the NEET in controversy in both houses of parliament on Friday. The education minister may respond as NSUI protesters stormed the NTA office. CBI made its first arrest in the paper leak case in Bihar. In her address to the joint houses of parliament, President Draupadi Murmu too spoke on emergency, calling it the biggest attack on constitution. This as the Congress has written to the speaker over his mention of emergency in his remarks. Huge row erupts over Sengal in parliament. Samajwadi Party MP R.K. Chaudhary demands
that Sengal must be removed from the parliament, and he said that Sengal symbolizes royal diktat. Former Karnataka Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa has been named in a POCSO case. BSY named in charge sheet in minors assault case. CID has filed charge sheet against former Karnataka CM and 3 others. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. We are starting with our top focus in this edition. The Opposition India bloc plans to bring adjournment motions on the NEET controversy in both houses of Parliament on Friday. The decision was taken at the meeting of alliance parties at the residence of Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge. Now, according to sources, we're learning the government is ready to answer every question from the opposition on NEET. And sources also tell NDTV that the Education Minister, Dharmendra Pradhan, may intervene if it is needed. My colleague Akhilesh brings us more on that.
They are saying that they have taken the necessary steps. First, the DG was sacked. All the cases pertaining to the NEET leakage, they were handed over to the CBI. And apart from that, a high-level committee under the chairmanship of former ISRO chief, Mr. Radhakrishnan, was appointed, and the committee already had a meeting, and within a fortnight they are going to consult all the students and their parents, and then they will come up with a mechanism to have robust and transparent examination system. So all the necessary steps have been taken, and the CBI is already on its work. We have seen that how across the country, various places, the CBI is conducting raids. Many people have been arrested, and the government says it has nothing to hide, so it is ready to answer all the questions which are being raised by the opposition parties.
Not just that, there have been dramatic scenes at the office of the National Testing Agency as well, as members of Congress's student wing, that is the NSUI, barged inside the office raising shutdown NTA slogans. The NTA is at the center of the raging controversy over NEET and UGC NET. Well, earlier the Congress Youth Wing had protested at Jantar Mantar as well. These are the latest visuals that are coming from inside the NTA office when the protest had taken place. Meanwhile, the CBI had made its first arrest in the NEET UG paper leak case in Bihar. 2 individuals from Patna known as Manish Kumar and Ashutosh were arrested. Now, according to CBI sources, Manish Kumar had facilitated the transportation of students in his car and is suspected of providing the use of an empty school where at least 24 students were given the leaked paper and memorized it, while Ashutosh provided lodging for the students at his residence. The 2 men had been called by the agency for questioning, and they were arrested after that. All right, shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking at the moment. President Draupadi Murmu, in her address to a joint sitting of the Parliament, spoke on the NEET controversy for the first time, saying those accused will get the strictest punishment. She has